It's 5:30. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you'd all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for Mr. Lindley.
Please join me in a moment of reflection. Tonight, I think of my father, who passed before I was elected to this council. He was a pastor, and he would have been proud to see this body at work, and proud of how we get the work done. He spent his life teaching me that the people we sit across the table from are not our opponents. They are our neighbors. He believed the work of a community gets done not by winning arguments, but by listening carefully, finding common ground, and being willing to give a little to get something better for everyone. May that spirit guide us tonight and every night we sit at this dais. May we listen carefully, speak honestly, negotiate in good faith, and serve the people of Billings together. We owe that to them and we owe it to each other. Amen.
Ms. Keener, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw. Here. Nicholson.
Here.
Neese.
Present.
Pittman.
Here.
Aguirre. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Aspenleiter. Lindley.
Here.
Boyette. O'Donnell.
Here.
Mayor Nelson.
Here. All right, that moves us to the minutes. March 23rd, 2026 are still pending. So we're going to ask to approve April 27th, 2026. Mr. Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the minutes for April 27th, 2026 as read.
Second. Mr. Neese, any discussion regarding that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Do we have any council courtesies? Mr. Lindley.
Thanks, Mayor. Tonight, I just want to take a minute to recognize one of our own. Council member Kendra Shaw has her debut novel coming out tomorrow. Her novel, The Pillager's Guide to Arctic Pianos, published by Penguin Random House. That's a major national publisher, as we all know. This was, as I understand it, more than a decade's worth of work, so I think congratulations are certainly in order.
Congratulations, author Shaw. We have no proclamations tonight. Council reports. Go ahead, Mr. Aspenleiter.
We will not have budget and finance on Wednesday this week. We will have it next Wednesday. Also a reminder, if you've got budget amendments, please get in the form, fill the form out, get that done, I believe by next week. The end of next week, I think, is the deadline. If you have some that you want discussed next week, our budget and finance meeting will particularly be talking about committee amendments and the resolution, modifications to the resolution or the resolution as it's proposed. So that's what the meeting is next week for budget and finance. No budget and finance this week.
Okay, thank you. Any other council reports? Mr. Kennedy.
On the 20th, we have a legislative meeting, but it's going to be a tour at 4 o'clock. All of you are invited to Phillips 66 and for a tour at 4 o'clock. It will be finished up at 5:30. I would ask all of you to please join us on the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? So I'll add that Council Operations Committee met this morning at 11:15. We spoke for about 45 minutes on 2 or 3 or more of the council commissions and committees, and we are moving forward on that. Okay. All right. Administrator reports. Mr. Kukulski.
Yeah, Mayor and Council briefly, just kind of along that same thread of meetings. So we've got the special work session tomorrow at noon in this room, so noon to 2. That's on family violence. Second item, budget work sessions a week from tonight and Tuesday. So we're here 2 days next week, Monday and Tuesday night, same time, same place. You've already mentioned budget and finance, so I won't repeat that. There was one ex parte communication received after 3 this afternoon for consent item 1B, the legal advertising services agreement. And then lastly, just kind of broad general reminder, we do have a number of boards out there. Our newest one is the technology board. We have advertised, we'll continue to push things out into social media, but frankly, we tend not to get much reception from any of those. So word of mouth and conversations, I think, are most productive. I would encourage you guys, if you got people who you want to apply for those opportunities, to please encourage them to get their application in. Juliet is kind of managing that for us, and we'll process those applications. We got a few weeks to go before any of the deadlines come, but not waiting until that deadline. So just a friendly reminder, and that's all that I have, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, sir. This leads us to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. That would be item 1, 3C, 6, 7, 8, and 9 only. If there's any public comment on those agenda items, speaker sign-in is required. Come forward, tell us your name, where you live, and you'll get 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live at 489 South 44th Street in the 5th Ward. I would like to speak on item number 6 today. The Billings Community Development Board has recommended that $750,000 of our grant money be given to Homeworld. Homeworld is a nonprofit entity that does not pay property tax to the city. So since they've owned it, my estimation is that they haven't paid around $300,000 in property taxes since they've owned it. You might remember Sage Towers being in the newspaper, and what it reported was that Sage Tower was infested with bed bugs, cockroaches, and other vermin. The residents of the building complained to the city. They complained to the management company. They complained to the health department. And nothing was done until, from my understanding, the nurses that had to go inside the building to give medical services to the people in the building refused to go into the building. That's how bad it was. The nurses wouldn't even go into the building. So tonight, we're talking about $750,000 for the rehabilitation of the building. Previously, we have learned that Homeworld already has secured $18 million in funding from other sources to rehabilitate this building. There's approximately 100 apartments in it. 18 million divided by 100, it's about $180,000 apartment. That's a lot of money. That's a real lot of money. So what I'm trying to say tonight is this $750,000 that's basically up for grabs does not go to Homeworld, and it doesn't go to Sage Towers. There's other places that it could be properly spent. It could be spent in low-income parks. It could be spent with low-income street lighting districts. There's a lot of other places. My point is that Homeworld doesn't need our money, and it should go to someplace that really does need our money. And this is not the place. So I hope that you vote it down. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Dan Brooks with the Billings Chamber of Commerce at 815 South 27th Street. Here to speak in favor of agenda item 8, the tax increment finance funding for workforce housing in South Billings. It's no surprise to any of you, the need for housing here in Billings. Your agenda item number 2 has a document that perhaps you will approve tonight, outlining and highlighting an estimated 10,000 unit deficit at this moment, along with 26,000 unit need over the next 20 years. So that housing need is significant. We're excited that this is adding 35 workforce housing units to Billings. Additionally, this is a great infill project, putting new development where services and utilities largely exist, and also completing a couple of roads in the neighborhood that would be a benefit to neighbors and residents in the area. Lastly, a portion of this funding is coming from some legislation that passed in 2023 that we were supportive of, the Montana Community Reinvestment Plan. We're excited to finally see some of this funding get used to go towards housing. I'm not sure what the balance of the funds looks like in its entirety after this project gets in, but I hope that you approve it tonight and it sends a signal that we want more of this type of housing throughout Billings as we can tap into some of that funding. So we encourage your support of agenda item number 8, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Danny Chiricki. I live in Ward 3, and I want to talk a little bit about public engagement for just a moment today. I noticed that on the consent agenda, we are taking a look at renewing the publication announcements, the public announcements contract with the Yellowstone County News. And I think this is a great example of how technology has changed the way we communicate with people, but we are continuing to do something in an old way. We do not, as I understand it from an email that is on the council email today, the statutory requirement is that we make that information publicly available, and we fulfill that when we put it on our website. So the money that that contract is doing is actually not needed. And honestly, the way that the Yellowstone County News does it, their announcements are behind a paywall, so you have to pay for it. And then they are also then putting it on a statewide site that is, as far as I can tell, is not getting any advertising or has any awareness whatsoever. So I highly recommend you to put a hold on signing this contract, thinking and then starting to think about how you want to spend that money and additional money on how better engaging with members of the Billings community. This line item right now is like about $16,000. For 1/3 of that, you can pop a customer service AI on top of our website and be able to sit there and ask questions. When's the next Parks Board meeting? And it will kick right back at you. There's a whole bunch of other things that are like that that we should be taking a look at. Communications and engagement is really the heart of how we build trust in our community between government and the people that live here. Cities our size have a community engagement and communications budget on the level of around $3 to $4 million. Other things that could be done, something like a 311 number that you can call and get information on, a regular newsletter that goes out from the various different departments. One thing I really, really think is an important thing to do is to provide support for our boards, commissions, our task forces, and whatnot. Without support, it's really hard for people to, those organizations to actually move forward and accomplish their goals.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chiricki.
take a look at that money and find something useful to do with it.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that part of our meeting and move to the consent agenda. Are there any separations? Mr. Aspenleiter.
So I'll move to separate this just out of an abundance of caution, but it's a question also for Ms. Dahl. I'll move to separate agenda item 1L for purposes of recusal. My company represented this development. This is just the ward boundary expansion. I'm not sure that I need to recuse myself, but I will. I guess it'd be nice to have some clarification going forward.
Councilmember Aspenleiter, for this type of, no, you do not need to recuse yourself for this. The ward boundary amendment does not implicate your.
So I won't separate it then.
Good enough. Anybody else? Ms. Shaw.
I guess I'll separate item 1B just to ask a couple of questions about it.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Neese?
No, I'm not doing separations. I want to make a motion.
Okay, once we get a motion though, we're going to stop because Mr. Boyette will have a comment. So go ahead, Mr. Neese.
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of items moved for separation, which is 1B.
Second, Mr. Lindley. Any conversation, Mr. Boyette? Donations. That was your cue.
Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome, sir.
That's my cue. So we have two donations tonight. One is from the Partners for Parks for $25,192 to build a shade structure at Swords Park. Wonderful. I think I was up there driving along there and I saw a couple of new structures along the highway and it's wonderful. And then secondly, Bill and Ann Cole donated $3,800 to a wonderful plaque. If you go to the first floor of our facility, you'll see a plaque honoring the people who passed away during COVID. And I think that was very nice of Ann and Bill Cole to do that. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion for approval of everything except 1B, which is separated. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. So that motion passes unanimously. Now 1B, Ms. Shaw.
I guess this had never really occurred to me that we maybe don't, I like that it's published in a paper. I think it's important, but Gina, would you clarify if that's actually a requirement or not?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Shaw. Yes, the email that I sent out, I apologize if there was any confusion, but it is a statutory requirement that it be published in a newspaper of general circulation. And that was actually the first line of my email, but I can see how that may have gotten missed in context with the rest of the email. So yes, those notices are required to be published in a newspaper.
That makes sense to me. Can I just go ahead and make a motion for approval of item 1B?
Yes, please do. Second? Second. Mr. O'Donnell, I saw him first. So is there any discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Kennedy.
I just pulled it up and I just want to say, I asked if Billings, the city of Billings can not have to publish in a paper. Montana Code annotated 714127 says the municipal notices must be in newspapers unless the municipality has 500 or fewer residents. No newspaper is published and no county newspaper meets the statutory requirements. And there are two legal advertising entities here in Billings. One is the Gazette and one is the Yellowstone County News. They both qualify, and so what we're doing is legal. Thank you.
Kennedy. Any other conversation? Mr. Neese.
I think what the other concern was having to do a payware or pay for a subscription, and actually that on the Yellowstone County News, if you want to see those announcements, they are published on the city website, so people can see them there at no cost as long as they have the internet. They can go to the library and access it there. But if you were back in the day before all the technology, you would have to buy a subscription to the Gazette anyway, or buy the paper to actually see those public notices. So there's not a whole lot has changed in the process. Just makes it easier to access it via the internet versus having to go wait for your paper, go down and buy your paper. So,
Okay. Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. I wanted to comment on Mr. Chiriki's the statement that technology has changed. Indeed, at the beginning of this country, all that was necessary for a public notice was somebody to go out there and nail it to a post in the city square, and we don't really have that anymore. So things have changed quite a bit. I did want to point out that all of the notices, or for all of the newspapers of general circulation in the state, are available at no cost at montanapublicnotices.com or mtpublicnotices.com. And you click on the paper and what time frame, and a photocopy of the page from the paper will come up. They're not separate, you don't have to sort through them, but the actual page on there, which is very, very handy, and it is free.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lindley? Oh, all right. Thank you. Ms. Aguirre?
I would just like the opportunity to have a conversation about other forms of communication. And the tone of technology continues to evolve. I would love to be able to save the city $16,000 and put it into another form of advertisement, such as social media ads, or like Mr. Chiriki suggested, a printed newsletter of some kind. I think we should be looking at moving forward with the times.
Okay. Since there doesn't appear to be any other discussion, all those in favor of Ms. Shaw's motion to approve 1B, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. We have one dissent, Ms. Aguirre. Regular agenda item number 2. Could you please read it for us, Ms. Keener?
Number 2, Billings 2045 Land Use Plan and Future Land Use Map, City Zoning and Subdivision Regulations. A will be the public hearing and resolution adopting the Billings 2045 Land Use Plan and Future Land Use Map. B, the public hearing and first reading ordinance amending the city zoning regulations. C, public hearing and first reading ordinance amending the city subdivision regulations.
Thank you. We're ready anytime you are.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us tonight to discuss the Billings 2045 plan. We were going to do a brief recap of everything that has gone on so far for this plan, and then introduce some information regarding what the Interim Planning Commission recommendations are. So in 2023, the Montana State Legislature passed the Montana Land Use Planning Act. This required us as a community to come into compliance with a new zoning, subdivision, and a growth policy that did growth planning in a different way that we have not done before as a community. This includes a future land use map, which reflects the way that we would like to grow. This also includes a streamlined administrative review of land use applications. And what that does is, as a community, this future land use map dictates where we would want to grow and guides those administrative decisions. So we need to look at the way that housing is accommodated, local services and facilities are accommodated, economic development, as well as impacts on natural environments, hazards, and resources as well. So the main reason that the Montana legislature passed this was in order to accommodate housing. We saw that there was a housing shortage that was occurring across the state, or when I say we, I meant they. They saw that there was a housing shortage that occurred across the state. It requires communities to project growth that is going to occur over the next 20 years. Our economic analysis consultant, SB Friedman, has indicated that we are in need of 16,200 housing units by the year of 2045 in Billings. But we have a current deficit of 10,000 housing units. So that requires us to be able to provide 26,200 housing units in the next 20 years. On average, we currently permit about 800 units per year. leaving us at a deficit of about 510 units per year. So we're hoping with this streamlined process and the predictability that's associated with the future land use map that we can take a look at how we can accommodate this kind of growth over 20 years. So far, we've done many different things, as you are familiar with, and as we've given many different presentations about this topic before. So this started in 2023. We went under contract on the West Billings plan in November of 2023, the Heights plan, and then we went under contract for the Billings 2045 plan, which is the overarching plan for the community. We did stakeholder engagement, a community planning week, a survey that went out to the public. We had a draft of the plan that's available, a second community planning week. We've done many different public meetings associated with this, and here we are now at the May 11th City Council meeting for your decision associated with the work. I wanted to recap all of the engagement that's been done so far. So there's been 12 stakeholder meetings. 69 different stakeholders were engaged during that time. We had 9 community workshops with over 100 different attendees. Our survey that we had out to the community had over 1,100 different responses. The website for Billings 2045 had over 6,000 different unique website visits. This is, again, only for Billings 2045. That does not include the Heights website or the West End website as well, or any outreach associated with those different plans that contribute to this plan. We had flyers that were dropped off 303 times at 194 different businesses across the community to get the word out to people. We had ads that were on billboards, Instagram, the bus, the radio. It played on the radio 311 times. Nextdoor, Facebook. We had 27,000 people view the ads. Whether they decided to follow through and look at the material associated with it or visit the website and get involved was completely up to them, but 27,000 people saw it. Interviews with various different broadcasting networks, including Community 7, Color 8, Desert Broadcasting. We did tables by the staff at the Strawberry Fest, Phillips 66, Harvest Festival, and the Building Expo. We've done presentations to Brews and News at the library, the Heights Task Force, Midtown, West End Task Force, Rimrock Task Force, and Southside Task Force. We've done 12 different interim planning commission meetings. Sorry that I didn't take out including tonight. I just forgot to. We have now done 7 different city council meetings regarding this topic, all of them having public input opportunities. This is just a map so that you can see all of the different businesses that our team worked on. This would be the planners that you see day to day that went and dropped off the flyers throughout the community. This had come visit, come comment on the survey, come to these meetings so that people could see them whenever they were at the bank, at their daycare, at a Western supply shop. We picked various different businesses across the community to get the word out. These are the locations that were associated with the billboards. They ran for 3 or 4 weeks. The only reason that you're seeing one in blue is the start date for it was just a little bit later than the other start dates. I'll turn it over to Wyeth to give you the brief recap associated with economic.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Anna. And yeah, I'll go through these briefly, and then we actually have a slide with calculations, which was part of our process regarding the ability to accommodate new industrial growth, new retail, new office, and all those pieces, as well as the housing units that Anna mentioned earlier. So our economic analysis team looked at our industrial supply, looked at where we are currently. Our vacancy rate is 4.6%. That's a good rate. Looking at the U.S. average, that's at a little over 6%. A lot of our industrial space, over 700,000 square feet, was built since 2015 versus we have a lot more in the past that's been in place for many, many years before that. And we're seeing that we're going to be able to, and we'll see this in a few minutes, we are going to be able to accommodate the industrial growth demand for area based on our future land use map and those expectations. Industrial development continues to be a very solid core element of Billings' business and industry for a variety of reasons. There's obviously some big industrial businesses here, but also the fact that we're on a main rail line with also 2 interstate corridors creates a really positive area for that kind of development. And we've seen expansion and more development in that area in the last few years. Switching over to office supply, this one has been a little bit slower for a variety of reasons, a lot of it coming out of the pandemic, and that demand going forward is not as high as what we've seen from industrial, and we'll show you we can easily meet the square footage requirements for this expansion. Also, a lot of our office space was built before 2015, and so we have a lot of area office spaces that are existing, but they're not necessarily the Class A, the expectation of what the current market is looking for. So whether that means remodeling of those versus, repurposing and whatnot, there's the demand has changed because of the people working from home, people working in the hybrid environments, and different approaches to that. So that has been not as growing as quickly as the industrial. On the retail sector side, this continues to also be a little bit more in demand than maybe you would see in other parts of the country. I think part of this goes to the fact that Billings is a regional center, so we have people coming in from a very wide catchment area to shop and do business here, and there's still more of an expectation. And I think in some of that area, and talking with our economic development analysts, kind of agreeing with this, that there's still more brick and mortar businesses and more brick and mortar expectation versus what you might see if we were a bedroom community of say Denver or of a larger metro area. And also we've seen in the past where when big box stores, national chains have closed stores, often the Billings stores don't close, they stay open because they are seeing the demand and the activity there. So this continues to be healthy, and we see some growth there, and we anticipate being able to accommodate that growth as well in the next 20 years. So just coming back to the slide Anna showed you earlier on the population projection, so looking at a little over 30,000 people coming into Billings in the next 20 years, that translating into a little over 16,000 housing units, and then more critically back to the three industries I just talked about, the almost 23,000 jobs anticipated in that same time frame in Billings across our sectors. And if you look in the economic analysis portion of the plan, you'll see it broken into a lot more specifics regarding the top industry sectors that we have, things like healthcare, the retail and tourism, and those hospitality industries are at the top. But it gets into more detail and kind of breaks out, and you can see growth projection-wise, the expectations of some of where those 22,000 jobs are going to come from. So this is, again, just a reminder on the housing units and where we are on that process and the need for a lot more units in the next 20 years. And then on the housing, getting into the housing analysis in terms of where we are in Billings, one of the kind of shocking, but maybe not anymore, stats was that from 2015 to 2025, that 10-year period, the home prices grew by $163,000. So not the house being $163,000, but the actual increase in cost of house, $163,000. So pretty significant, again, going back to this whole issue of trying to accommodate and provide housing in this community for all the different people that live here. People that are transitioning to different types of housing, being able to provide the options and the opportunities for that continues to be significant, and we continue to struggle in terms of trying to make sure that we're providing that both from a unit demand and also the housing types that we're providing. When you look at our stats there, it breaks it out by multifamily rate, affordable multifamily, which is a smaller but critical portion, and single family owner occupied units, and what we're seeing there in that $380 almost $1,000 in 2024 median sale price.
So coming from the Interim Planning Commission, they are recommending an approval of the Billings 2045 Land Use Plan and Future Land Use Map. There is a proposed amendment associated with the land use plan, and that is to include the encouragement of development of housing strategy, which we've all talked about, associated with portion A, which is to allow as a permitted use for at least a duplex where a single unit dwelling is permitted. This would require a change to page 62 of the land use plan. It would show within N3 that you would have it would show within the land use plan for the category to have the 2-unit attached residences. This would also require a change in N3 for the zoning uses to have allowed use to be single family and 2-family dwelling units. Again, I just put the table on the screen here. These are the implemented strategies, with the purple for A being the recommendation of the additional to be included by the Interim Planning Commission. That is the change. So the rest of them is what we have as a community have decided to implement and are going to be reflected in the codes associated with this. This is a look at our place type categories that we have right now. So we have everything from rural residential and agriculture all the way to public institution. Rural residential and agriculture, as we've talked about before, is one that is only intended to be in the county and not actually subject to this plan. County development will continue to go through the process that it goes through right now. It's just simply something that is way too far away from the city and its services associated with that. We can recap each of these, but I believe you're all very familiar with them at this time. Suburban residential really starts the use of our city categories, and we go up from there. And what this would do with the recommendation from the Interim Planning Commission is that anything that has the suburban residential designation would be allowed to have a single family or a duplex. It's just simply a wider lot width that is associated with N3. So that's the major difference between those two categories as they are existing if the City Council were going to implement the Interim Planning Commission's recommendation. This is just an easier to look at version of the place types. There is no difference between the two slides. We wanted to show a little bit of the comments that we received on the map so far. So as you can see on the screen, they're kind of color-coded associated with what we've heard regarding feedback for the mapping designations. We removed the overlay so there wasn't too many colors associated with this. As you can see, there's sporadically throughout the map comments regarding public institution, comments regarding public and open space over in the area of Reberg Ranch. We have a lot of comments regarding single family or lower density in the Heights by the Lake Hills Golf Course, and just kind of spread throughout the city. That's what we've seen on the map so far. Do you have anything to add?
I would just that when you look at this and we looked at what the comments and the input is, it for the most part aligns quite well with the future land use map that you all have worked through and have been focused on as part of this process. With a few of those areas, obviously with more activity than others, but even when you start looking at like where there's comments regarding higher density mixed residential, and you look at some of those intersections and locations in the city, that matches up quite well with the future land use map that has been developed that you've worked on, where those nodal developments are and where those higher concentrations of employment as well as residential and mixed use would occur. So generally, we saw pretty good tie-in with a lot of those areas.
This is a look at the map that's associated with the plan. As you can see, the cross-hashed, which is a little bit harder to see, but it's the darker pink color that is with suburban residential, is the way that City Council had worked through this the last time that you saw it. So nothing has changed regarding the last joint meeting that this had seen it in front of you, unless there were requested changes by you all or the Interim Planning Commission. It's the same as your last presentation. What was that, last week now? I apologize. They're all running together now. We wanted to provide you an update on the number of housing units that were included or that we can accommodate as a city. So when we look at that, we're removing things such as that suburban residential, and we're looking at the categories urban residential limited, urban residential, and urban residential mixed. As you can see in that middle column, we can accommodate housing or office and retail in almost every single category. So what we did to try to come up with this calculation is we looked at a median density of what we would see those areas developed as. So not on the high, not on the low, and trying to look at the best way we could do that. In the far right column, you're seeing that we can provide quite a few housing units, about 66,000 is what that comes up to. The other categories do have the ability to provide housing, so it with the exception of employment and industrial. So you could essentially see more opportunity for housing, but we have well met the opportunity or the requirement of what we need to provide as a community. We've also met what we need to provide for industrial, office, and retail associated with the state mandates. So the first thing we wanted to talk about was major changes that you're going to see within your zoning regulations. As we've discussed, this is very process related. So everything moving into that administrative pattern is reflected within the zoning code. You're also going to see the parking requirement change. So 1 per dwelling unit, a half space for units under 1,200 square feet, no additional parking for buildings undergoing a change of use. Those are things that came out of a bill that is going to be required for us to follow as a community as of October 1st. The city council chose to go ahead and follow that and use that as what's in our code. So we're making this all at one time. So you've seen those changes. We also added definitions regarding residential use being the primary use based on square footage. This has already been in practice. When we look at building permits that come into the planning division through that process, we are already requiring the larger portion to be the residential living area. As we talked about last time, what this does is you don't want somebody to build a 100 square foot home in a 1,000 square foot shop and become the mechanic shop that's within this residential neighborhood. So we're trying to just make sure that we have that very clearly defined so that there's no questions, even though it has been in practice and people have been following this. We also added what we're calling temporary use type 4. And temporary use type 4 was done in conversations with the food truck community. They had come to us, indicated that they were having a little bit of frustration regarding having to renew their food truck licensing with the city every 90 days. They move around. That was why it was done historically. So our intent was, how can we look at a way to make this less cumbersome for them and to do a once-a-year process? They go through a renewal process of their permitting through Riverstone Health once a year. So we decided to align with that. We also had heard from the food truck community that they would like to have a food truck vendor spot where they could have multiple of them parked, and the community knows that there's going to be 5 or 6 of them there every day. So we're looking at is we made it able to do the temporary use type 4, but then if they wanted to have something like that, they could have it anywhere that an eating or drinking establishment would be, which is typically your CMU 1 or CMU 2 zoning, but they would undergo a master site plan process, which is what we use whenever they're looking for a spaces for lease or rent, whether it be with or without water, would be evaluated at the time of master site plan, as well as traffic impact or queuing, those types of items. So just allowing us to have the type of items that we need to review on an engineering level and to make sure there's parking or drive lanes or whatever we need as those happen, but then working with the community to look at those once a year renewals so that they don't have to come into our office every 90 days. This is an exhibit that we created in order to help the consulting community. I know it's a little hard to read. It will be on our website so that people can take a look at it. But essentially, it just walks you through the zone change process of what that looks like prior to July 1st of 2027. So on July 1st of 2027, we are required to change the way that we are doing it. Right now, we will be, even though items will be administratively approved, we'll still be notifying people about a zone change request. It will be done in accordance to what we do right now. So if it's 300 feet right now, we are going to continue to do a 300 feet notice radius. We'll put a sign on the property. We're going to run something in the paper. Those items will continue to occur. It's only after July 1st of 2027 that state law dictates that we can no longer do that. So it will go through. If it complies with the map, we will then make the determination associated with that. If it does not, then there will be a more arduous process associated with that application. And we just wanted visual representations because reading the state law is very cumbersome. So this is just a good guide to help anyone that's applying. I also was going to talk about the Interim Planning Commission recommendations for the zoning ordinance changes. So they're recommending 5 different changes. I wanted to say 4, but my gut instinct said otherwise. So the first one, and I've followed the numbers in your staff report, is on page 77 of the red line version of your zoning ordinance. In order to make it easier, I put it here on the screen so that you could see it. The Interim Planning Commission would like to add the portion that you see in purple there. under 271616 A2, and there is a sentence that says they would like to add in purple that says, see appeals process graphic located on the Planning Division webpage. So the reason that they would like to add that is they want it to be clear as to how, if somebody were going to appeal what's happening, what that process looks like. And as a reminder, this is the appeals process. This will live on our webpage and within our zone change application. And that would be where we would see this document. It's not our intent to hide it, but as we transition to ADA compliance for the website, we want to make sure that our code has fewer types of graphics, but that we can still have that information available. So in the code right now, you're seeing the reference to chapter or title 7625 part 5, which is the appeals process. So someone can go there and read that process. But the Interim Planning Commission is recommending to add this language so that anybody could understand that there is a graphic that exists that they can follow. So that's the first recommended change. The second recommended change, again, still following what was in your staff report, is on page 11 of the red line version. Again, I have included a snippet here so that it's easier and you're not toggling through multiple things. This is regarding our neighborhood mixed use category and the description associated with it. So right now, the red line portion said, more intense uses located on blocks with less intense uses shall be located on block ends. The Interim Planning Commission would like to add the word significantly more intense uses. The reason being is they felt that there is emphasis on wanting the need for neighborhood services throughout the community. The neighborhood services throughout the community is something that we heard on our survey. The urban residential purple place type allows for neighborhood services. What this wording does is it tries to accommodate things that are in neighborhood mixed use that we've discussed before, such as those hotels, and putting them at block ends so that we can have the appropriate design for those. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't be allowed in the urban residential neighborhoods. It just means you'd be walking an additional 100 feet or so to get to the end of the block instead of the middle of the block. The Interim Planning Commission really wanted to emphasize that they needed to be significantly more intense uses instead of just more intense uses that they would like to see at the block ends. Page 43 of your red line version, again here on the screen so you can easily follow along. Initially this was stricken. Really, I just think it was stricken because we were going through the red line version. I probably could have just easily kept this in. Their request is to just make it consistent with the other ones further down the page that say accessory dwelling unit, no required minimum. So leaving that line in and just indicating that there is no required minimum associated with that for parking. We do have that in some of the group household living portions of the code. I just think it was genuinely an oversight when it came to deleting that. And this just clearly outlines it for somebody that is working on an accessory dwelling unit, that they do not have to provide parking for it. Page 19 of the red line version of yours, this would not be included. This would be if you chose to implement item A of the housing incentives, we would add the purple P that you see there under N3 to allow duplexes in N3. So that would be all of our zonings would include the ability to do both single family and duplexes if they were applicable for that. The last suggestion is a 2-slide part. So this is not included anywhere within your zoning amendments that you have. The way that the zoning code ordinance is drafted is if there is an amendment, it's shown to you. If not, we are adopting it in totality as it exists. So it does not mean that we will not have that zoning code portion. It's just there is no amendment, so we will just be adopting it as it lives right now in the zoning code. The request from the Interim Planning Commission is to add this portion here, which is in table 27300.5 for N3, which is our single family zoning, or if we were to implement part A, it would be a single family and duplex. N3 is more of a large lot zoning. Right now it allows for a maximum total building coverage of 40%. This would be increased to 60%. That is the recommendation from the Interim Planning Commission. The intent is to allow for either more of a building coverage or to allow for a more dense use of the land itself. Typically at the planning department, we do not see anyone use N3 really above a 20 to 30%, but I, again, don't see any reason why this would be an issue. I think it allows for us to have a better use of that. You'll still have to provide for stormwater. You'll still have to connect water and sewer. Just an item that we're looking at as a way to better utilize the lots within the city. So that was the recommendation from Interim Planning Commission. Do you have anything?
Just to add another thing that they mentioned, just on top of what Anna just said, is they were also, from our understanding, thinking about accessory dwelling units, and if someone wanted to be able to do that, that it gives them a little more lot coverage to work with, which is a newer thing for the community, but could work in this instance.
Thank you, Wyeth. Yep, that's a great point. I appreciate it. N2, another single family zoning and duplex zoning as it exists right now. We would be increasing the lot coverage here as well. It's 40%. We would increase this to 60% at the request of the Interim Planning Commission. So that is our recommendation. All of the same reasoning applies to this zoning as well. This is, again, not within your ordinance, but could be added to it at second reading at the request of council. So moving to subdivision regulations. In your subdivision regulations, you're seeing quite a few red lines. The subdivision regulations are associated with process, and then the major change being parkland. So parkland would be changed to land proposed for subdivisions on parcels larger than 5 acres. You're not required to give parkland dedication. Non-residential subdivisions, you're not required to give parkland dedication. And when lot splits is not parkland dedication. Otherwise, you are required to give parkland dedication. We're going to continue to utilize the percentages associated with it, but we've added wording that says not exceeding 0.03 acres per dwelling unit. And what that does is it brings us into compliance with state law, but allows us the opportunity to explore the way that the new law would like to see us designate parkland with further conversations with parks and having some of those more in-depth conversations. It's been such a rush process that we would really like to see that impact, and some of the preliminary calculations that we did made us really uncomfortable to go straight from where we're at just to the 0.03. So we're trying to find this middle ground with the understanding that we can continue to look at this in the future. So it's basically just exactly what developers have been required to provide right now, but just adding the portion that says not exceeding the 0.03. So if there is ever a situation that they're in, we'll defer to that portion. The IPC, or the Interim Planning Commission, is recommending that the City Council adopt the subdivision regulations. They had no suggested amendments to them as they are drafted.
Anna, just real quick, Mayor, was that last slide, that was parkland, right? Is that open space as well?
Open space is typically associated with the planned neighborhood development portion. That is still going to live within the zoning code and will be required as part of the planned neighborhood development process as it is right now.
Strictly parkland, thank you.
Again, just wanted to give you the graphic of what this process looks like prior to July 1st, 2027. We will continue to notify adjacent property owners, put a sign on the property, put information on our website, and put it in the newspaper in order whenever we have a subdivision coming before our subdivision request coming in. After July 1st, 2027, there will no longer be that process. If it complies with the plan and the map, then without further impacts, it will be administratively approved. So this is just, again, a graphic that gives information to anyone that's going through the subdivision process so that they can understand it instead of reading the very complicated state law that I will say took 3 or 4 times myself to read. Okay, that was all that I had for you. I am happy to answer questions.
So questions for our presenters, Mr. Boyette and then Mr. O'Donnell.
So this one big thing is this plan does it take into account schools and road systems? All I've seen is housing. If we put in 26,000 units, that's maybe 50,000 people, could be up to 50,000 more cars. I don't see where the roads and school systems are involved, and maybe you're not allowed to talk about that or use that as part of the criteria.
So we will still have to notify our school systems accordingly whenever a subdivision comes in, and we also notify them as a planning division regarding our zone change applications as well. That part of the process will still be evaluated. We haven't been denying subdivisions due to schools at all because that's against state law, but transportation impacts will still be looked at accordingly with our subdivision regulations and our master site plan regulations. So right now, the subdivision regulations indicate if you're over 1,000 trips per day, you have to provide a traffic impact study. That will still be required, and you'll still be required to provide your proportionate share. So those items can still be addressed at the level that they're addressed at right now.
And if I could just add to that on the schools, they were also one of the stakeholder groups at the front end of the process that we talked about earlier late last summer, where we invited them in, sat down with them, and specifically talked to them about this whole plan, about the projections and the estimates, so they were able to understand what's going on. And actually, we even had one of the staff members attend a couple of our community planning week meetings as well, to be able to talk to the community and such. But yeah, they were well aware, and we wanted to make sure they knew, and we knew kind of, okay, where are they going with some of their planning and such as well as we get into this process.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. Excuse me, a series of questions. You saw on the graph there, it said that for rental units, I think it says 7.7% occupancy. For subsidized units, 5.5%. That seems to be counterindicative to a crisis. It seems to be a lot of vacancy. In other words, are we outstripping, with 800 units a year, are we outstripping the real need?
Councilmember O'Donnell and Mayor and Council, no, I think part of what, and I can't speak way in depth on this, but you always anticipate there is some level of vacancy rate within any housing type where you have people turnover, people are renting, people are leaving rentals, people are buying houses, things are moving. So regardless of, even if we have some vacancy rate there, and the estimate was that that our rate was pretty healthy for the different types of housing, you're going to see that even as you're trying to meet the demand. So it's not a zero. You wouldn't just see like it's zero all the time. Everything's always occupied.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But so I would think like show that vacancy rates, but a crisis at the same time would be like 3%. So 5.5%, 7.7% seems to be a very healthy margin right there. It doesn't indicate a crisis to me, or any great demand for anything more than the 800 units a year that we're producing. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like you've estimated the growth in the population at 1.1%. Is that over the? Did you justify that from the 2015 to 2025? Is that the? Because obviously the growth factor increases and decreases, it waxes and wanes over the years. Is that how you achieve that 1.1% growth figure from that 11-year period?
Councilmember O'Donnell and Mayor and Council, yeah, the way that my understanding of how this was calculated, and they also looked at state, the compounded annual growth rate stats at the state level, but was looking back, I think is what you were asking, looking back and then projecting forward to say, okay, this is what we've seen across the past time, and now this is what we're anticipating going forward with some factor of what that growth could be. So yeah, that's basically how they put it together. As far as I understand, we could certainly clarify, provide more detail on that.
Let's see, and then when you talk about duplexes, are you talking about two dwelling units in the same building, or does that include ADUs or what they call mother-in-law houses? Although I don't know why anybody would want their mother-in-law to live on the same property, but anyway.
Councilmember O'Donnell, Mayor and Council, yes, the duplexes would be 2 primary units attached. So not an ADU, not a where you have a primary residential unit and accessory dwelling unit like an ADU. This would be 2 primary units.
So where does ADUs, where do they fit into one of your zoning categories?
Actually,
Do they?
well, yes, accessory dwelling units are allowed across all of our residential areas or districts, excuse me.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I think the proposal is great. You've answered all of my questions in our many, many previous meetings. I only just want to talk about the proposed amendments because those are ones I have questions about. Unless I'm totally reading council wrong, I don't have an interest in reopening the duplex conversation that we've had kind of ad nauseum. The ones that I think are appealing to me are the first 3 under the city zoning regulation amendments proposed. The first one, and please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. First one is just seems like a very small, just procedural thing that I can't imagine there's a lot of controversy about. Second one, I really like that it would maybe allow more like neighborhood coffee shops. I believe that's kind of the intention, more mid-block, not auto mechanic shops and things like that in neighborhoods. So that makes sense to me. The third one is the one I have a question about. At the risk of reopening the parking conversation, is this language that exists somewhere else? And so this is, as you were saying, it's an oversight. Is it just matching up with what we already are doing, or is this a new proposal?
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, what this does is it aligns with the required parking bills. So our intent was to completely strike it out of the regulations because that is the requirement of the recent legislation. The only reason I say is it was an oversight is the line before I wrote no required minimum. Just here, I must have just hit backspace instead of typing out no required minimum.
So we're required to implement this by October 1st, no matter what.
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Anna, Wyeth, great job. I really, really appreciate all the extra meetings you had with us as a council. I think it helped a ton to look at this early on. A couple of questions of clarification. I noticed in your presentation you didn't go over the aggrieved process. Has that been resolved, whether who's going to handle who's an aggrieved, who's not aggrieved, as far as, okay, so this is the aggrieved process.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, yes, this is the aggrieved process. We are following the definition that's in state law associated with it. So this was made by the city legal department, and we just plan to consult them regarding every aggrieved party that says that they're appealing.
Okay. And this doesn't change after, in 27, this does not change, is that correct?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, no, it does not change.
Okay, thank you. And then this ties into the first request they made was to be on the website. I'm always concerned when we refer things from an ordinance into the website. Is there any indication or any way we can be assured that when we're updating a website, stuff like that doesn't suddenly disappear?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, the way that we've had this live is within our zoning application, which has to exist on the website. I can't say with 100% certainty that there may not be a glitch in a system someday in the future. All I can say is that so far in my 1.5 years working for the planning division, I have not seen the zoning application come off of the website and do not intend to see it unless it's being changed to comply with this process. I wish I had a better offer for you.
Okay, and then I want to touch on one of the other recommendations they made, going from 40% to 60% for both N2 and N3. You know, if I recall when we were going through RECO, it was a pretty big deal of selecting this 40%. Can you explain why we were choosing 40% at that time? And maybe Wyeth, and I don't think you were here, but Wyeth, you were around at that time. Can you explain the reason why we were doing that? I understand why they may want to go to 60 if they're doing a duplex, but why are we going from 40 to 60 if they're just going to put a single family home on there?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council. So yeah, we talked a little bit about this at the IPC meeting last week regarding where we'd been and kind of where we were headed and their recommendation. So before the zoning code was completely redone, 30% was basically the most lot coverage we had across most of our residential districts.
That's right.
The discussions, and I can't quote it exactly, from 2021 back 2020, that whole time frame, but there was definitely an effort and an interest in saying, you know what, we can increase this at some level and still not have, I mean, the impact will be, maybe give people a little more opportunity for a little more structure on their property, whether it's the house, whether it's the ADU, whether it's the garage or whatnot that they might be trying to build. So I think we were very cautious and we went up 10% to 40 from 30. That's about what I can recall. I think the conversations we had with the Interim Planning Commission on this, now that we have 3 of these are 40, 2 of these are 40% now, and the one is still the 30, was to look at this idea of both, again, giving people more opportunity for their structures on their property, more flexibility, which, doesn't really, you still have to meet setbacks, you still have to meet those other things, but also the discussion of the accessory dwelling unit, trying to further encourage people to consider that as a housing option, and being able to say, yeah, you've got some more coverage there that you can work with. If you've already got your house built and you're at, 40% or 35, whatever, depending on which district you're in, yeah, you've got a little bit more room to work. So I think that's really the main thing. I know we have a few of our IPC members here tonight. Maybe they can add, I've missed something, but I think that's what the idea was. And it doesn't affect, like I said, you still have to meet all the other requirements. So you're still having to work within that sort of envelope, but it gives you a little more room there.
Okay. And I would say I'm not an expert on this, and that's why I would look to builders to see how this would impact them. And I don't know if we had a lot of builder input into that. I know we did in Recode, we had a lot of builder input, and it did go up, like you mentioned. And I'm just not sure it's the best way just now suddenly to change it, and maybe have some better information to change it later on. But it is something that I sure would like to have a reason why and how it may look, instead of just suddenly coming, just a short week before. But and I think that's all I had on the changes. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Pittman, then Mr. Aspenleiter.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. 2 questions. They're mainly procedural. The first one has to do with these amendments. The recommendation for approval includes all of the IPC amendments in it. So then if we go forward, we have to start pulling them out, or just careful on how we make the motion is
Sure.
going to be how this goes forward.
Yeah. So Councilmember Pittman, great question. No, they are not. We've outlined them here and they're in your memo, but the attached zoning code, the clean zoning code and the subdivision do not have these things in them, and neither does the plan. So if you decide that you want to make one of these amendments, you need to actively make the motion to make the amendment, and then we will include it. So they are not in the current documents. If you were to just make a motion to approve tonight, they would not be included.
Okay.
So we left it. That's your decision to make. That's their recommendation to give you, but.
Okay. And second, probably to the mayor, are we doing 3 separate public comments, or are we doing these all as one? So that people know how they need to
I had
speak.
planned on doing 3 separate since it's not noticed as combined hearings. Am I right?
That's correct. There need to be 3 public hearings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Aspenleiter, you're up.
I voiced my frustration, with all due respect to my affinity for Mr. Brooks, about the IPC and the way this was taken across the finish line. If it were up to me, I would make the recommendation to move this forward, not giving any consideration whatsoever to the final comments from the IPC, because I think it was unprofessional to not, having started this before we did, to not get us recommendations until Friday night, I think was ridiculous for us to consider. So for me, I would support not considering any of those recommendations. Particularly egregious in this is it was made very clear through multiple meetings that we were not going to include duplexes in N3. We had a number of discussions. We actually voted 3 times on that, I think, just to be really, really clear. And then to continue to have that thrown back like we're going to change our mind, I think is absolutely ridiculous. I don't support removing it, but we worked to a solution. So I think doing stuff like that just, it reduces the credibility. And we even had a joint meeting regarding that issue. So for me, I give very little credence to these because of the way that this is handled at the end by the IPC. I appreciate their participation in moving this down the line. I wish they would have finished stronger than they did, but they didn't. And so I will consider motions to amend these things in, but I would support passing this wholesale as it is recommended in the memo.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
I would say I agree with Councilman Aspenlander. I hope this isn't what's coming up in the future, because the IPC is interim at this time. In the future, we will have the Planning Commission. And if we're going to go out with things at the 11th hour, try to make any changes or whatever, I have a problem with that. I do feel that the council has spent a lot of time on this. This council went through each of these. We came to the agreements, and now we get a memo after Friday night saying, would you consider these? I think we vote this up or down the way it was presented and go from there. Thank you.
Any further comment from the council, Mr. Neese?
No comment, but question. Wyeth, real quick, on page 62, it talks about the zoning coordinator. This whole idea, we're moving everything to the zoning coordinator to make these decisions. Who in the city is the zoning coordinator?
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, Karen Hussman.
So Karen's the one who's going to actually be making these decisions. Okay. And again, then there's the zoning enforcement officer. Who's the zoning enforcement officer?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, Karen Hussman. The wording is intended to align with as it's been drafted before. So you're seeing, while I don't have page 62 in front of me, we had that wording exist further down in your red line version. Right. We just were trying to consolidate it up because we were striking that entire section. Internally, as staff, when we're reviewing these zone change applications, there is always a staff report that Karen would work on that would go through myself and Wyeth for approval before there was a final decision associated with it. So we will still continue our staff report practice associated with this.
Okay, so the decision making is going to be done by Karen, or will it be done by the staff who's assigned to the project?
The decision making, go ahead.
No, well, just to reiterate, no, the process internally is not going to change really from what we have now. So and this was true even it doesn't matter who is the zoning coordinator. When we've processed zoning applications in the past and continue, like Anna said, that the zoning coordinator is the one overseeing the processes and bringing those things in and writing many of the memos and recommendations. But then it also still goes through to Anna as the planning division manager, and then I also see them also, and that's true with everything that comes to you now. So we're going to keep that internal part staying pretty much the same, because we also have to write memos even internally. We have to document everything based on the plan and the map. So that stuff is going to be happening already.
So if you have a zoning staff member make a change in the middle of a block, say to approve a CMU 1 in an N2 area, then they're going to approve it. Karen will, the zoning coordinator will review it, approve it, and then it goes to you guys to check, one of you, and you approve it, and then you could stop it in between there and say, wait a minute, that's not going to work because one reason or another.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, just to clarify, it would not technically be approved until Wyeth and I sign off on it.
Okay, so one of you have to sign off. Okay, thank you very much. And Mayor, I do have a question for Gina on one of the recommended changes, or do we want to wait till those, if they come forward?
Let's wait.
Okay.
We have a public hearing yet to go. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we're going to open the public hearing adopting regarding
Just one more comment.
Sure.
Thank you for all the hard work you've done. And I'm a little more patient with finding errors and correcting them at the last minute. This is a very large thing, and I would rather get it right than to pass something with some errors in it.
All right, thank you. We'll open the public hearing on the resolution adopting the Billings 2045 land use plan and future land use map. Is there any public comment regarding this?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is John Halverson. I live at 239 Avenue F. I'm a professional planner, and I consulted on the West Billings neighborhood plan, but my comments this evening are my own. 2 weeks ago, this council described the mapping process that created this future land map as arbitrary and asserted that the arbitrary nature of that process justified, again, arbitrarily mapping a newly created place type suburban residential. I would like to impress upon the council that the West Billings mapping process was anything but arbitrary, that it was produced considering public input, statutory requirements, and a 13-factor quantitative suitability analysis of the plan area. Now, while 2045, the overall plan did have a rigorous public input process, to my knowledge, it did not have any quantitative suitability analysis, but was rather based on the public's stated preferences. Now, public input is important, but without that quantitative analysis, such a process, we can't measure it against anything, right? In matters of preference, there is no argument. So I'm hoping that in future iterations of this plan, we can have some quantitative analysis for suitability, because, right, not only are we mandated by the state to provide future growth housing units, but we're also mandated to do that in a way that considers environmental, natural resource, and providing services to that development. So I'd like to see some more analysis from that standpoint. And, you know, rather than focus your attention, I think, on that suburban residential category, I think we need to take a good hard look at that the plan does mention that there was a lot of public input surrounding disappearing open space, disappearing ag land, dwindling groundwater. And we know that that's that the future land use categories actually don't make any distinction between ag land, which recharges that aquifer, and 1 acre county residential lots, which dry that aquifer up and contaminate that natural resource. So I think, and we know that those 1 acre county residential lots are going to eventually, increasingly, rely on the city to annex and provide water and bail them out when their water is failing, when those wells are failing, when they've cross-contaminated. So that is a looming issue that I know that we don't really have any legal means of addressing that right now, but we need to really have our eye on that going forward as we grow. It's going to come up in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halverson. Any other public comment regarding this? Seeing none, we'll close that portion of our hearing and ask for a motion. Mr. Boyette.
I'll be the scapegoat and start it out. How's this? Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution adopting the Billings 2045 land plan, use plan, and future land use map with no amendments.
Is there a second? Mr. Aspenleiter? Any comments or discussion? Mr. Kennedy.
As the gentleman that just spoke talked about the mandates from the state, I have been involved with local government for quite a few years. And I really have a problem with mandates from the state. And I do have a problem that I feel that this law that's mandating us weakens local control. State mandates can override local preferences on zoning, density, housing types, and development patterns. We're going to see a lot more of that. This is just the door being opened at this time. Cities may have less flexibility to reject projects that conflict with neighborhood character and infrastructure limits. So this passes, I think you have to realize that you're going to have to call your legislator to figure it out. Some approval processes are streamlined in ways that reduce discretionary review by local elected officials, but in the long run, the same people that you see in the grocery store, at church, at the PTA meetings and stuff, we're not going to have a real say over any of this. And state housing goals can pressure communities to permit development they otherwise would restrict. So at this time, I will vote no on it. Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the IPC members. I see your recommendation here. I'm not going to put this forward as an amendment because, as Councilmember Aspenleiter said, we've already voted on this 3 times. I don't think a 4th time is necessary. So personally, it's something I supported, but it's not the direction that council chose to go in. And so that's where we're at. And I think we need to respect that.
Thank you. Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Kennedy's comments regarding the state legislature overstepping their bounds and really taking away a lot of local control over what local developers can and can't do, because now we have had to come up with plans and land use. And you know, the good news is, I mean, we had an opportunity to at least put input from the public and from those who we've talked to and those within our own ward that we are familiar with the most, and help to shape this. It is something that we need to continue on through our legislative committee to move forward and try to make additional changes to this so that we can make this better. It is what we have to live with. I don't like it. I would prefer to vote against it, but it is a state law that we have to uphold. And I think thank you for the staff for having and holding additional meetings. I've said that before, but I can't thank you enough for bringing us into this process early. That helps so much, because otherwise we'd be trying to make lots of changes tonight and we'd be here a week. So thank you for that. And so I will support this, but I would prefer to vote against it, but it's the state's requiring us to do that. So we'll make this fight through our legislative committee, not here in council.
Further comment? Mr. Lindley?
Thanks, Mayor. As was said multiple times, thanks to the staff for all the work on this. I only participated in a small portion, I'm sure, of the work, and it was pretty daunting just for myself to try to get a handle on it, and to the interim planning commission as well. You know, I'm confident that there's things in here that we will want to change, unintended consequences, all of the things that come with policy. I'm going to support this, but the one thing I'd be remiss if I didn't point out, I think the removal of the public notice is just candidly against everything that this entire state stands for. And so I hope at some point that will change.
Mr. Boyette?
Well, one last comment. On advice of our council, I'm going to vote yes. My heart is no, because I agree. To me, this is a disaster that we're taking away July 1st of 2027, the public's input. The public has nothing to say anymore. And the answer from the staff is, well, they should have paid attention. Well, they didn't. So anyway, I'm voting in favor, but under protest, I might say that.
Thank you. Further comment, Mr. Pittman?
I wish there was a in favor under protest. I'm going to kind of follow the lead of the chairman of the legislative committee, because I think we're on the right track with that, what Mr. Kennedy said, and that this was a power grab again from the state and taking away local control and public input. I don't like being told I can't vote no when something's been put in front of us. I think we can. I think the interim planning commission, I think the staff, I think as a council, we worked really hard to get this as best as we could try to predict the future. And it's gonna have mistakes in it. And I think it's kind of one of those weird things, because we're gonna put it out there, and then a year from now, just quietly, public comment, all of that just goes away. And I think that's not very honest to the public. So I'm gonna be voting no.
Further comment? I have one. If you were to add up the hours that we spent sitting at this desk and in this for the council, I think we had close to 250 hours of public hearing and public meetings regarding Malupa, which is a really great word. And that pales in comparison to the number of hours staff threw in there. I'm guessing we could probably add up labor hours in the thousands. So thank you for that. Same to you, IPC. Not so bad. You guys worked hard. Wish you'd gotten your stuff in earlier, but you did a great job, and so we appreciate your public service. We do. Thank you to all. We should be pretty proud of the work that everyone did, because the word auger comes to mind when the work we did. Everybody dug in, so great job. Are we ready to vote, council? All those in favor of Mr. Boyette's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Under protest.
And those opposed?
No.
No.
So that would be Mr. O'Donnell and Mr. Kennedy. And Mr. Broken Microphone Pittman. Okay, so that's 3 no's. Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay, and a whole bunch of protests in there. All right, so that brings us to 2B. Ms. Keener, do you have anything to read on 2B? Oh, you did, okay. So what should we do next? We just go straight to public hearing? Is there any public comment on item? Do you have anything else from staff on 2B? All right, any public comment on item 2B? I'll open it up for public comment. I will open it up for public comment. Having pled for public comment and seen none, I'll close that portion, and I guess I can ask for a motion. Ms. Aguirre.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance amending the city zoning regulations to be clarified and conform to the Montana Land Use Planning Act.
Is there a second? Dr. Nicholson? Any discussion? Ms. Shaw?
So this is one I do want to offer amendments to, and we hopefully can just whip through them. The first one is I'll make a motion to add amendment number 1 as recommended by the IPC, which is just adding that language, see appeals process graphic located on the Planning Division webpage.
See appeals graphic. Is there a second for the amendment? Who seconded it? Mr. O'Donnell? Any discussion regarding the motion? So this is a motion to add amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. All right, 2 no's, and that would be Mr. Kennedy. Who's on my left? Mr. Pittman. Okay. Ms. Shaw.
Got another one, number 2, which is amending the last sentence of the paragraph on page 11 to read significantly more intense uses located on blocks with less intense uses shall be located on block ends. Point being, I think it was made before, of the intention here is to incentivize neighborhood type coffee shops and things closer to where people live.
Is there a second? Dr. Nicholson? Any discussion regarding the motion, the amended motion? Mr. Pittman and then Mr. Neese.
So I just want to make a comment. I'm going to vote no on all of these because it just drives me crazy to vote yes to amend stuff, then to turn around and just vote no. So I'm just going to stay consistent all the way through this process.
Mr. Neese?
So this one, Gina, this is a question I have for Gina. Gina, they added the word significantly. I know you've reviewed some of the documents that we're looking at, and you say, when you write significantly, you're like, what does that mean? So how do we know what significantly is in this ordinance?
I'm just having Anna pull up that amendment so I can put this into context because I don't recall specifically. Unless Jessica just knows, then Jessica can come up and, okay. Councilmember Neese, apologies for having a little whisper session there. I just wanted to make sure I understood exactly what the amendment was. And could you please just ask me what your question was?
They
again?
added the word significantly, and if you read this anyway, there's not a whole lot of specificity on what is either intense or not intense. I guess you could, I mean, if this was indicating like trips per day or something like that, it would give some good indication of what should or shouldn't be on, middle of the block versus end block. But this is one where now it's saying, well, it's significantly more. First it was more intense, now it's significantly more. What does that even mean? What's the difference between those two?
Well, Councilmember Neese, that's a good question. I think that is a matter of interpretation, and I'm not really sure that the word significantly, adding the word significantly helps. I'm not really sure it helps or harms.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Thank you. And same thing with intense. You can't really define that. My recommendation would be, I'm going to vote against this. We're already approving it as it is with just more intense. I would recommend the staff come back with some other amendment to this, really indicating really what the idea is, not to impact the middle blocks, what trips per day is going to impact the blocks. And then so those businesses, an average trip per day, then would not be allowed in that. And that, to me, that makes more sense. And that would define what intense or not intense would be.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, if I may just chime in here, the original language included more intense uses located on blocks with less intense uses actually mirrors what's in our neighborhood office requirement right now, with the intent of it just mirroring it. So we wanted the ability to point those hotels or liquor stores onto the corner, but not always do so. Yes, realizing that that is left for interpretation, but we wanted to just be consistent with what had been passed out of Project Recode for neighborhood office. And since we have the administrative approval, just looking at that for neighborhood mixed use.
We don't use significantly in that other code, correct?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And so, just to that point, I think if we're going to mirror code, I won't support the amendment.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Aspenleiter?
I guess question for Ms. Vickers. So at this point, I'm confused at what is and what this means. If what I thought I heard you just say was whether we pass this clarification or we don't, we're going to treat it the same. So really this doesn't do anything in the way that your department's going to interpret the rule, or it does? Where are we at on that? I'm lost on that part.
Councilmember Aspenleiter, Mayor and Council, our department would interpret significantly more and more intense the exact same way. The intent of the interim planning commission was just to add further emphasis should there be a change in staffing in the department. I'm not really clear otherwise. That being said, the way that this has been used and interpreted historically would be, let's take an example just for conversation's sake. If you were in the middle of an all single family neighborhood, such as Lake Hills Golf Course, and you were going to put it has the urban residential land use category in it, and you wanted to say put a coffee shop that had a drive-through, we don't feel like that would be appropriate there in the middle of the block with that drive-through. We feel like it might be a more appropriate spot to be on the end of the block. Not every single instance will meet that, but we wanted to have something for our staff to fall back on to look at if we run into an instance. Our initial intent with drafting the code with legal was, again, to just mirror exactly what was in neighborhood.
Ms. Shaw?
So having heard this discussion, I think I'm willing to withdraw the motion and have staff come back with a more thoughtful approach to this. I think the intention is hopefully clear from the comments, but who seconded it if the second's willing to withdraw it? I'd like to continue to have this conversation, but maybe it's more appropriate when we do the infill discussion. So I just suggest we have it at that point.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, motion is withdrawn.
No, I have one more. Last one, I promise.
Can't interrupt. So Ms. Shaw?
We can't. He called the question. So if somebody seconds it, we have to go with that.
Mr. Kennedy seconded it. All right, the question has been called. We have a motion to approve.
No, it's a motion to call the question. We have to vote on
To call the
whether
question,
we're
excuse
calling
me.
the question or not.
All right, so any discussion regarding that?
Can't have discussion.
All right, then let's vote. All those in favor of calling the question at this time, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Who said nay? Ms. Aguirre, Mr. Aspenleiter, Mr. Lindley, Ms. Shaw, Dr. Nicholson, Mr. Neese. That's 6, so the question
Okay,
is not
last
called.
one, number 3. This one is just to amend the table to match with what the parking requirement is that we're already required to implement by October 1st. Seems like it was just kind of a clerical error. Let's just clean it up.
Second.
Is there a second to this? Dr. Nicholson? All right, any discussion regarding this amendment? All those in favor of adopting the amendment to the motion, item number 3 of the table, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
So Mr. Kennedy was a no, Mr. Pittman,
And Tony.
and Mr. O'Donnell. Okay, motion passes. The amendment. Now we go back to our original motion with the amendments. Is there any discussion regarding that? Mr. Neese?
I won't repeat everything, but again, it's really a protest to what the state is overreaching into the local government. And again, I asked their legislative committee to work hard on this to get a lot of this changed. Thank you.
Very good. Any other discussion regarding that? All right, now we have a motion with 2 amendments, amendment number 1 and amendment number 3 added. All those in favor of passing this motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
So that'd be Mr. Pittman, Mr. Kennedy, and Mr. O'Donnell are no's. Motion passes. Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending the city subdivision regulations. So we're opening it up to public comment. Is there any public comment regarding item 2C? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion. Mr. Boyette.
Okay. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance amending the city subdivision regulations to clarify and conform to the Montana Land Use Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Boyette. Mr. Lindley? Is there any discussion regarding the motion? All right, the record has to reflect that Mr. O'Donnell is absent for this vote, and it's approved. All those in favor of approving this motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Pittman. All right, we have done item number 2. Item number 3.
Not change the 60%.
Item number 3, joint public hearing for annexation 2602 and zone change 1079, Long subdivision. Resolution approving annexation 2602, a parcel of land located west of Shiloh Road and north of Hesper Road. Staff is recommending conditional approval. Item B, resolution for zone change 1079, a parcel of land generally located west of Shiloh Road and north of Hesper Road. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Annexation agreement is letter C tonight with JTL Group Incorporated. Staff is recommending approval. And item 3D is the public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in annexation 2602, parcel of land generally located west of Shiloh Road and north of Hesper Road. Staff is recommending approval.
Awesome, thank you very much. Before staff gets started with their presentation, I had a request for a break, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 7:23. Oh my gosh. All right, we're back. We're back on the record, and we're ready for our presentation on item number 3.
Actually brought up and scheduled to be at the city council meeting on April 27th, but was requested for a delay to tonight in order to finalize details with the annexation agreement. Those details have been finalized, and so we are bringing all the items to you tonight. As previously mentioned, this is a annexation and zone change taking place at Long Subdivision, which is currently the staging area for the Knife River Corporation's operations here in Billings. So just reiterating what was previously stated regarding the interconnectedness of the items tonight, we are going to have a presentation regarding all these items. We will have a joint public hearing on the annexation and zone change. However, you will have to have separate votes on each of the items. So here is the current orientation of the property located off of Shiloh and Hesper. It's an approximately 144 acre area that is currently zoned A agriculture. It is surrounded by parkland to the north, the Shiloh Conservation Area. To the northeast is CMU2, Corridor Mixed Use 2 zoned land. That is the Shiloh Crossing commercial area. And then across the street, we have a residential neighborhood with rural residential zoning and a religious institution. Correct. Correct. Across the street is still the county. So here is the proposed zoning and annexation quarters for this project. The applicant is requesting to do this as a phased annexation. Lot 1, as shown here, that'll be the first phase, which will be initiated immediately upon approval by council, if council approves it. The zoning that the applicant is going for across this development is they're going to go to Corridor Mixed Use 2, CMU2, fairly identical to Shiloh Crossings zoning. They're also going to be including pieces of NX3, Neighborhood Mixed Use 3, which has a minimum of 5 dwelling units per structure. And then they are also including P1, Parks and Open Space zoned land as required by the P&D Planned Neighborhood Development process that this annexation and zone change triggered. And just to reiterate, and we will here's the current limits of annexation. So the property is within the Zone 1 area of our limits of annexation. So it is more or less immediately eligible to be annexed, as the petitioner asks. So going over a brief overview of the zones, the P1 zoning, parks and open space, more or less as it describes in the title, that allows for any variety of parkland and open space areas. So it could be anything ranging from pure parkland with recreational activities to golf courses, clubhouse, any other variety of recreation areas, conservation areas like the lands adjacently to the north. The NX3 zoning, mixed residential 3, It allows for a minimum of 5 dwelling units per structure, so a minimum of a 5-plex, usually greater, depending on the physical constraints of the area that is going to have that zoning designation. No commercial activity is allowed. This is purely a residential zoning. And this also has our fairly standard set of residential setbacks, 5 around the sides and rear from the property line, and a 10 to 20 foot build-to zone in the front. So the front facade of the building will need to be at least 10 feet from the front property line, but no more than 20, very front-heavy properties. And then lastly, we have Corridor Mixed Use 2, CMU2 zoning. This is a mixed use. It would allow for a variety of commercial and residential uses. It's our most flexible commercial zoning in that aspect. It allows for most varieties of retail, service industries, offices, and it allows for residential uses as well. Anything ranging from a single dwelling unit all the way up to 9+ dwelling units per structure. The ideal configuration that the code entails is some variety of commercial activity on the ground floor of a structure and leaving the option for residential spaces on upper floors. This has our standard commercial setbacks, which are fairly identical to NX3. So generally either 5 or 0 on the rear and sides, and then a 10 to 20 foot setback in the front. So staff has looked at the zone change, and we feel that we're going to be recommending approval of the zone change and adoption of the proposed review criteria. We feel that it meets the growth policy, specifically the goals of the strong neighborhoods, essential investments, and the home base sections of the growth policy. And then likewise, we feel that this zoning action does have adjacent uses and zoning that is compatible with the proposed zoning. Most imminently, the corridor mixed use zoning, which is going to take up the immediate part of the zone change and line annexations, and the lion's share of the remaining zoning afterward is going to be identical at zoning that the Shiloh Crossing shopping area has. So you could see a variety of uses and densities that are reminiscent of Shiloh Crossing. And then here are site photos from when we originally got this application a few months ago. We did not have a great variety of pictures to share with you guys due to the, I believe there's something of a freak snowstorm that weekend. So this is all we could get. Circling back to the annexation policy, we feel that this petition for annexation is meeting all 7 of our annexation policy criteria. So as I previously stated, this area is within zone 1 of our limits of annexation map. Regarding criteria number 2, staff concludes that the properties are already adjacent to two developed areas within city limits. Any connections to existing services will be addressed via the annexation agreement. Criteria number 4, all the property owners within the area to be annexed will need to sign a waiver of right to protest the creation of special improvement districts. This is going to be cut. A waiver is going to be included in the annexation agreement. Criteria number 5, all residential property owners within the area to be annexed will need to create or join an existing park maintenance district. Parcels that will need to be added to a park maintenance parcels will need to be added to the existing park maintenance district of the Yellowstone Family Park as determined by the Parks Department. Annexation policy number 6, residential densities planned for development within the area to be annexed must meet an overall average density, minimum density of primary dwelling units per acre as per the current City of Billings growth policy or similar planning documents. This is referring to the growth policy of when they applied, not the one you just passed. So the annexation on paper at the very least, that'll cover a creation of approximately seven immediate lots for development. I'm sorry, the 3 lots for development that are going to have a density variety anywhere from 1 dwelling unit to 7 dwelling units, depending on whether it's in the NX3 or CMU2 zoning. So most varieties of anything higher than 3 or 4 plexes really are going to meet the density requirements that we usually aim for with newly added properties. And then finally, annexation criteria number 7. As I previously stated, this is going to meet 3 of our City of Billings growth policy goals. Goal number 1, the strong neighborhoods. The housing densities that are being provided are going to create a mixture of safe and attractive services. Criteria, it's also going to enable our home base growth policy. So it'll allow for the construction of sidewalks, trails, and internal roads as part of this development that'll create a usable living space. And then finally, essential investments. The development of this annexed area will lead to the creation of a variety of businesses, uses, and other infrastructure that'll be towards what the growth policy is aiming for. And then, as I had mentioned previously, this petition is meeting all 10 of the zone change review criteria. So, with all that being said, staff is recommending to hold a joint public hearing, taking comment on the annexation and zone change. Staff is recommending conditional approval of the annexation, subject to an annexation agreement. And then the zoning commission is recommending to the city council to approve zone change 1097 and accept the findings of the 10 review criteria. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Before that, let me ask, do you have anybody else to present tonight?
I do not. I do have some associates from Public Works available here if you have any questions regarding the annexation agreement specifically. But to my knowledge, I don't have anyone else planned to speak regarding the item.
Great, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Aspenleiter, and then we'll go to Ms. Shaw.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Hunter, this is probably a question for Mr. Vogelsong around the development agreement.
Good evening.
Thanks. Mac, one of the things that I noticed was absent in the development agreement is the development agreement says that this particular development is going to be served by the sewer line that was installed by the city of Billings in Hesper Road and sewer in Shiloh. The thing that seems to be missing in here is that there is no reimbursement from the developer for those lines. That always is included along the perimeter of those developments. Why is that not included in the sewer?
So two things on the sewer line on the east side. I'm not sure that this development could get into that sewer, but first part of the question, our water and sewer regulations would require a reimbursement like on the Hesper side. Now, albeit the city is the property owner on the south side, so that'd be like a half reimbursement, but that is given by policy and rules and regulations.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor. So where the inconsistency comes then is you clearly state that under section 3, under the water, you clearly outline developer reimbursement on water, depending on who puts it in and where it is, but it's absent in sewer. I mean, we're not consistent in the way that we're treating that in the development agreement. And I'd like to see that clearly and explicitly lined out in that development agreement, that the developer is required to pay his 50% share of the sewer line in Hesper.
We don't have any problem with that. I mean,
Okay. Second question, and this one may be for Mac and it may be for Gina, whoever decides is best suited. There's a settlement agreement on this property which conceded some things that would normally be included in a development agreement but are not in this. Can you just outline for us what was included in that settlement agreement? What are the things that they don't have to do that they normally would?
Councilmember Asmalater, I think what you're referring to has to do with stormwater, and I'd ask Mac to kind of enumerate. That was a part of the negotiation and the settlement. There were some things there that seemed to make good sense on both sides to get that issue resolved, treating stormwater differently than maybe it would happen on a typical site.
Yeah, so specific to stormwater, this agreement does allow two things. One, the stormwater to be right off-site, which is on city property. But remember, that's the property that the Knife River sold to the city. Now, and I'll back up in a minute here, but there's also a math problem going on. We also allowed for on-property stormwater storage because they may have to build really large pipes to get to that facility. So there's a math problem that the developer will have to figure out, like, do I do some on-site, some off-site? I don't know where the balance will be there, but that was one element of that agreement that is sort of different. Now, I would say that functionally that off-site storage is very similar to the off-site storage that you have like across the way at Shields. There's the pond to the south there. So all the Coles, Shields, all those properties drain down off-site to that off-site property there. But back to the original question, that area is off-site on the city property, but that was an element of that settlement agreement.
Last one. And I believe that I read they still, even though they're allowed to discharge, they still have to treat to water quality standards prior to discharging to city.
That's correct. Most fundamentally, the city will only accept clean water, if you will.
Okay, and sorry, this is the last one for Ms. Dahl. Are we still in a dispute here on this property? I mean, are we still trying to figure out whether we're getting legally challenged about compacted soil versus not compacted soil and the volume of soil that we moved in? Is there still a legal dispute pending on this property?
We have a settlement agreement, and that was signed a year ago. Part of that settlement agreement, the city agreed to provide a certain amount of fill material to Knife River, and there was some discussion whether the city has provided the amount of fill material under that agreement. The city's position is that it has, and that's part of the discussion. There's not necessarily any threat of litigation at this point, but there's discussion ongoing.
So maybe.
Maybe, but likely not.
Thank you. I think my questions are for Hunter. They're all about the park's dedication. I'm really struggling with the park strip being along a collector street. I'm envisioning you've got some apartments that are set way back on 32nd. I assume that's parkland that nobody ever uses because it's right up against a busy street. this seems like the exact same situation. Am I reading that right? That's question one.
I'm sorry, Mayor Commissioner Shaw, could you repeat your question?
Sure, yes. I'm struggling with how this is the most appropriate use of land for this area if the park dedication is all along this internal collector street. I can envision it just being something nobody uses because it's up against a road that is busier than a residential road.
Mayor Commissioner Shaw, by our estimation of, or going over the P&D rules, while the location at least at this point in time may not seem optimal, it was something that was allowed by the code. For lack of a better phrase, it was by the book permitted in order to have that within a certain distance of the roads themselves. Our rules only require that they need to be within 660 feet of the collector road. And they met the minimum requirements for the area.
Okay.
We didn't receive any further comments regarding it from the Parks Department.
Okay, I think you've answered my question. I'm struggling with this one for that reason. I don't think that's going to create the most appropriate use of land in this area. And my second question related to this is, they're going to be added to the Yellowstone Family Park Maintenance District. That's miles and miles away.
That was the determination shared by the Yellowstone, by the City of Billings Parks Department. I did not inquire any further on that matter.
That doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how that is related to this neighborhood at all. So I'll just leave my comments there. Thanks.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm having concern over the park zoning area as well. And often some of that zoning, some of that parkland given to us is not the best of land to be developed. And I don't know if that means that they're going to be developing that parkland or we're going to be developing it, but you know, it's close to this other land there that I think one is county, one is city. Again, I'm not really sure I like the way this zoning is laid out in any way or fashion. Are we going to have any kind of presentation or any word from the developer? Did they come tonight here at all?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
They did show up here. And to provide a little context, that area is going to be part of one of the later phases. So they are intending to do this annexation and zone change as part of an effort to sell the land off to a third party for development. I'm not imminently familiar of the exact scale and to what degree the development will actually look like at that point in time. But the applicants are here if you want to ask them directly. They probably will have more
That would be
information than I
helpful.
can
I
offer.
did have some questions for him.
Why don't you come on up, gentlemen?
Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to chime in really quick. I know Hunter may not be privy to this, but some of the consideration for parkland has to do with the connection to the west for the water retention facility and how that those residents can get along there. So that was part of why we left it with the way it is it does provide a little bit of connection regarding getting from Shiloh Road and then transitioning over to what will be a future facility. So that was kind of the way we were looking at it from our perspective in the planning division. I just wanted to share some of what I was thinking about.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Colton Knatterud with IMEG. We're the consultant for Knife River. One of the differences on this application, I think, from the typical rezones and annexations that we see is the landowner or developer is typically also the one that is going to move forward with the subdivision. In this, Knife River has an agreement in place with a third party that will have a subdivision application coming forth once this process is complete. And as Councilwoman Shaw, the parkland because of the way this is being done, parkland has to be adjacent to a roadway. There's going to be more roadways that are developed at the time of subdivision internally to this project. But because of the structure of this has to be annexed as 3 parcels, because it is 3 parcels, and the development agreement and everything has to be structured such that those 3 parcels are going to be developed as 3 parcels, and that subdivision doesn't exist. When in all practicality, we understand when subdivision actually happens, there's going to be a subdivision improvements agreement. There's going to be additional roads that are stepped in there. There's going to be likely more open space and parkland that is set up during that subdivision process that cannot be set up now because that internal roadway is not being platted because there is not a subdivision component. So our office tried to structure this in the best way based on how this is going through the process, that the initial lot 1, almost identical size to Shiloh Crossing, which is CMU2 coming in that way. Our neighborhood area being adjacent to the new water reservoir project, the park parcel being adjacent to a roadway that is near the water reservoir, the Shiloh conservation area to the north, and being structured that way. But full transparency, and everybody understands, if this gets approved, 3 months, 6 months from now, we're going to be back before you with a lot more detail on, okay, now in this CMU2 zoning, these are the number of lots that are going to be developed. This is where roads and water and sewer and stormwater and everything is going to be brought. But just from the structure, we have 3 lots coming forward, and it is structured that way. Mac Long with Knife River is also here as a representative of the property owner. So if there are questions about the settlement agreement or things like that, Mac may be able to answer those as well. But I'm definitely available for questions that hopefully I can answer for you. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Neese.
Yeah, I actually did have that question was for Mac, if he could.
Welcome, Mr. Long.
Mr. Mayor, council members, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you for coming here and presenting this to us, because we know this how land gets developed is people like you developing it. It sounds like you're going to sell it off and someone to develop it. You're getting the process started. But I do have a question for you, because I know that there's a lot of dirt moved between the city property and this property here. And just wanted to make sure, do you know if has the city satisfied you with all the work that they did on that property? Is that you
Mr.
guys
Mayor,
are satisfied
council
now?
members, Councilmember Neese, we're still working through that.
Okay, so
Our
there's still
positions
something outstanding.
different than the cities right now. We're still working through it.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
That's all I had.
Further questions for Mr. Long? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyette.
So I guess for staff, Gina,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Wyatt.
So-
Chris was whispering in my ear, so I didn't
so
hear
if
you.
the settlement agreement's not done, as we just heard, the only chance we have, as Mr. Cole, our previous mayor, used to say, to do anything is at the time of annexation. Would it be not wise for us to put this away for a while until the settlement agreement is completed and signed before we annex a piece of property? Because this is our only control right now.
Councilmember Boyette, it's my opinion, and I think administration shares this opinion, that the city has satisfied that settlement agreement. That is our position, and we have maintained that position. Certainly, the separate issue of annexation is within council's consideration and can or cannot, whichever, it's within your discretion, whether you want to annex or not. It's completely up to council.
Mayor and council, the only thing I would add to that is just clarify, you posed your question, I think, in a way that you wondered if we have a signed settlement agreement. We have a signed settlement agreement. We do not have an unsigned settlement agreement. but that does not mean that there isn't a disagreement between how many yards of fill have been delivered. We believe we've met the letter of the settlement agreement. They disagree with that.
I concur. He's well said. Perfect.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. First of all, I want to mention that the Knife River project right there is the best business model in the world. You deplete your assets and they become more valuable as you deplete them. It's just a perfect model. For the corner of Hesper and Shiloh, that was for a long time underwater. It looked like a wonderful place for an outdoor restaurant on top of that water. However, I wonder, where does that water come from? Is it groundwater? Does that make that land unstable there in any way? What's the characteristic of that land as opposed to the land around it?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman O'Donnell, that water came from our wash plant. That was how we knew that was the lowest part. And so that's been filled up over the years with sediment, with washing the dirt out of the concrete aggregate and the concrete sand. And so, and now the material that the city has brought over was put in layers and compacted. And so that's, according to the last geotechnical report that I looked at, that's as fine as property as any of the stuff out there. And thank you for your compliment. I'm third generation contractor. My grandfather started on 24th and King, Midland Materials, which is now Marketplace West. Dad went out to Shiloh, which is now Shiloh Crossing. I unfortunately won't be able to develop this, but we followed the model. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Mr. Boyette?
Thank you for being candid about this, but I don't want to annex a piece of property that we may end up having to dispute over. Is there a time frame that you think that you and the city will be able to resolve whatever issues you may have that I'm not aware of?
Mr. Mayor, council members, the dispute in both the cities, in my opinion, is not of the magnitude that would create a problem. And what we're trying to do, again, they say they've provided it. Our measurement doesn't quite match. So what it is like Mac Fogelsong said, it's mathematics. We need to see where there's some more material and how we put it in, not the first lot, but how we finish placing it in lot two and 3.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyette.
So is that something you can do in a day, a week, a month, a year? How long do you, I mean, realizing you don't know that, but is there a swag about, we think we can resolve this issue in a timely manner somehow?
Yes, we do. In fact, we've been talking about that. Yes, dealing with that. The issue is probably easier to place the material than it is to try to get councils to communicate quickly, for lack of a better word. That
is this a thing that we could take a 15-minute recess and let you guys work it out?
We're still having lunch over, so no.
Anything else, Mr. Boyette? Anything else from council? All right, thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
So this is a joint public hearing, items 3A and 3B.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to provide one clarification. We caught an error on Hunter's presentation. The Park Maintenance District comment about joining the Yellowstone family is incorrect. The request from the Parks Department is simply that this property join a Park Maintenance District. So we apologize for the error on the presentation.
So it is not Yellowstone Family Park.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, now we're ready for our joint public hearing and public comment on items 3A, 3B, that's annexation number 2602 and zone change 1079. If there's any public comment, please come forward. Tell us who you are, where you live. Take your 3 minutes. Second final request for public comment regarding items 3A and 3B. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the council for a motion. Mr. Kennedy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution conditionally approving annexation 26-02 as recommended by the staff.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second? Dr. Nicholson? You need to say it out loud though, Doctor. Thank you. Any conversations, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I have to say that 25 years ago is I had the opportunity we first looked at this property and it came forward as we approved of the conditions and everything on this property for mining the gravel there. With the idea, I never thought I would see it into fruition that we would go forward with subdivisions and develop this property. It's going forward. This area will be part of the city. That's what we talked about 20, 25 years ago, and that it would make a subdivision and the hub out there for residential and commercial in the area of Shiloh Road. So as I look at it and where we're going, it's been a long time coming. There was a lot of gravel out there, and I think we need to go forward with the annexation process on this property. Thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I've lost it now, so I just need clarification from Anna that the Yellowstone Park comment, is that in the annexation or in the zone change or both?
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, it was simply on the presentation. In your annexation staff report, it lines out that it is to be included in the park maintenance, in a park maintenance district.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Boyette.
Not to beat a dead horse, but this doesn't sound like a good deal for us because we could end up losing something down the road. What is the potential? Is there a potential if we are wrong, we say we did it and they said they didn't and we don't, what could it end up costing us if we fail miserably?
Councilmember Boyette, when you say if we fail miserably, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but there's certainly a chance that, as you've just heard, we clearly have a dispute about whether the city has satisfied the fill, providing the fill material. Again, the city maintains it has satisfied the agreement. Clearly, Knife River does not agree with that. We do have a signed settlement agreement, and that is the agreement the city has fulfilled. We believe that we have fulfilled. If Knife River persists in their position, then, I mean, certainly that could be litigated. That could be an issue litigated, that settlement agreement. So that's a possibility.
Go ahead, Mr. Aspenleiter.
So I'll ask the technical version of that question. How many yards of material are we in dispute over? How many yards?
Yeah, council member Aspenleiter, my understanding of that number is somewhere on the order of maybe 50 to 80,000 yards.
That's not nothing.
I'm sorry?
I said that's not nothing at $20 to $25 a yard.
Yeah. I mean, we also have some, it's kind of an interesting, there's the legal side of it and then there's the practical side. I mean, I'm optimistic that we will, I can't promise because there's the legal aspect of this, but I'm optimistic that the two parties will figure this out. I do know there's still dirt work immediately adjacent to be done there. The good news is we are not talking about $25 dirt. We're down in the single digits in terms of cost per yard.
What in the Millennium contract that did the first dirt? How much were we paying per yard? I thought it was like $9. Was it 9 or 12 or something?
I think it's much less than that. I'd have to. So order of magnitude. I think that contract's on the order of like 1 million yards. For scale that we're moving for the Millennium contract. I think we're under in the $5 range or less. I don't want to be precise because I don't have that with me tonight.
Dr. Nicholson.
Yeah, I think this is for Ms. Dahl. Will this dispute, will annexation or not annexation affect this dispute? How would it do that? I'm a doctor, not a lawyer.
Can you repeat the question, Councilmember Nicholson?
I was just wondering, this dispute, how does annexation or not annexation affect the dispute, and how does the dispute affect annexation or not annexation?
Councilmember Nicholson, you are now starting to get into questions that I feel are touching on litigation strategy. So I'm not exactly comfortable answering that question in the public meeting.
Mr. Pittman.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this kind of goes to the point that for the last 5 months, I've been asking for an executive session so we can know what the legal things facing us are. I guess at this point, what our options are to either deny this, delay this. What are our options that are significant, since there's obviously litigation strategy that we're not privy to at this point?
Well, Councilmember Pittman, certainly it is within council's discretion to approve an annexation or not approve an annexation. Those are your options. You can approve it or not approve it, or approve it with conditions. And I don't have any conditions that I could recommend here. I think it's kind of a matter of annexation or not annexing.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm concerned about the whole situation. I mean, first of all, I don't recall the council even discussing the settlement, unless I was missing that appointment or that day. So it's surprising to me to find out we gave concessions on what a normal business would have to do with stormwater. That just really reduces a lot of their cost that a normal developer would have to do. One of the nice things, if I understand correctly, and Mac, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we bought the reservoir, that saved them a lot of money having to do the reclamation of that and bring that back to what it was. And then there was some whatever agreement there was, we had to create a settlement, and that included, I believe, $3 million plus a bunch of dirt. And so city's already paid out a bunch on this, and so I'm I'm concerned now that that we're looking at going into this land. I guess the question is this annexation good for the city as a development prospect and to get it on the tax rolls and provide good housing and, things like that? Maybe it is, but it's really difficult to work with, and we try to partner with our developers to when we're finding that things may be not settled yet. And so I'm really concerned about this. I'm not so sure that this is the best move for the city on this until things are settled, but I don't want to also tie the annexation to a settlement that was supposedly settled already.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kukulski.
So Mayor and Councilor Neese, and my comment isn't in reference to our disagreement over the measurement of dirt, the yards of dirt, but I do want the record to be clear. In a unique situation here about the stormwater scenario. Yes, it's true that part of the settlement was allowing them to use our lake, as a discharge of stormwater. It's not very often that we have literally building a lake that we want full of water adjacent to a property. So that, though you're technically right, there's a value there that they're not having to use acres of land to have the on-site. We thought that win-win was worth a mechanism to get the resolved and the settlement agreement signed. So does that make sense that the stormwater area, that if there were no lakes there, no city reservoirs, we would be giving something away. We said, go ahead, we'll let you build your stormwater retention on city land. We wouldn't do that. But in this case, we literally have our lakes adjacent to it. So it made sense that we weren't giving up much, but giving some value to help get that settlement. Thank you. And then if we need to go more technical, I'm going to have Mac help me out, obviously, on the engineering side.
Ms. Shaw, you're next in line, but Mr. Aspenliner has a direct comment.
I just had a direct comment to this.
Go for it.
Technically, you're correct. However, when we have stormwater capacity and facilities directly adjacent to developments, we sell that capacity.
Sure.
We don't give it away for free. That's a negotiated compensation that the city gets, and we gave it away on this one in order to settle a dispute, which may not be the wrong strategy. I'm not arguing that. But just to be clear, like, this wasn't a favor to anybody. Like, this, there is value to what we gave.
For sure.
On top of the value of the money, on top of the value of the fill, like, there's a lot of value that was given in the transaction. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
Totally agree, as well as at an administrative level. At the risk, I'd like to say, at the highest level, what we believe if we have provided the yards as in the settlement. What are we willing to give it? We're certainly willing to give access to more dirt where digging has to happen. But if there doesn't have to be more dirt moved, we don't want to spend public dollars moving dirt just to satisfy a disagreement on the amount of yards. So that's, in the beginning, there were some thoughts like we were going to be moving a lot more dirt out of those holes to create those lakes. And in the end, a lot more engineering went into not having to move as much dirt, which is part of what kind of created some of the foundation of the disagreement, if you will, or expectation. I wouldn't say disagreement. It really was not on the same page relative to what the expectations were going to be from the developer and the city as to how much dirt would be dug to create the reservoirs and ultimately hauled over to them rather than hauling it off somewhere else. So I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
I'm becoming increasingly more uncomfortable with this as this conversation continues. Gina, would it be appropriate or possible if we do vote to approve this, to conditionally approve this based off of, I'm looking to you for what the legal language would be there, but all of this being resolved? Because I don't like this murky water I feel like we're wading into. I feel like my parkland questions have been resolved, but this is a whole other ballgame that I'm very uncomfortable with.
Councilmember Shaw, I think maybe what you're asking me is if you could condition the annexation or include terms in the annexation agreement that, like you said, resolve all the issues. I would be apprehensive about that because we do have a settlement agreement, and that settlement agreement resolves the issues. It's supposed to resolve the issues. I would be concerned that that could be considered or argued by the other party that the city is trying to avoid the terms of the agreement of the settlement agreement. What I would suggest is if council is this concerned about this annexation, perhaps it would be best to simply postpone it for another meeting or two. And
I apologize because I didn't think that was an option. I'm just looking at the three we have here: approve, conditionally approve, deny. Is it an option to delay? Because I agree, that's 100% what I would recommend.
yes, I believe that is, council certainly has the option to postpone this annexation. I'm not sure what the zone change, oh, sorry.
They can help, sorry. Planning can help on the zone change. I can say from the property owner, we just want to make sure that this is not a known thing that's going to be resolved in a couple weeks, because time has to go relative to work that's being done out there. So I would ask you, don't be date specific as in bring it back to us in 2 weeks. They're not going to know what they want to know. We're not going to know any more in a couple weeks. It's going to be several months.
And there aren't any, Wyeth just told me, there aren't any deadlines with regard to the zone change or anything. So the whole package could be postponed if council wishes.
Okay, so we can make that motion after a public hearing?
Yes, you've already had the public hearing.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, then I would like to make a motion to postpone. Yeah.
One moment
Oh,
before you do that,
sure.
please. So according to the Roberts rules that you handed out, if we postponed it indefinitely, it effectively kills the motion, and I don't think that's what we want to do.
No, I don't think that's what Mr. Kukulski meant. I think that he just, okay, so when you postpone zone changes, there does need to be a specific date. So I would suggest postponing until, I would probably give us 2 meetings. We're in the midst of budget and everything, so.
I'm going to say
Right,
several
so-
months, not a
Several
few.
months.
Yeah.
I'm much more concerned about the annexation than the zone change.
And I'm sorry, we're kind of working through this out loud or
Yeah, we
openly.
are,
There's
because-
several months of work to do. It's not a matter of sitting down and negotiating at a table, apparently. The information is what's earth that's being moved and stuff that's being done out there. So I'm kind of hearing 6 months is more likely by the time we're going to get to where we need to be. But
Would that be your recommendation then, that we delay we're just on the annexation now, right? That we delay the annexation for 6 months?
It would need to be I think it'd need to be the full packet, number 3.
Oh, I'm fine with all of it. I just,
Just to be clear, point of order. Point of order, we have a motion on the table, so it would have to be a substitute motion to do that.
that's a good point. Thank you.
So, yeah, I think that's the next thing for us to work through. First off, we have to decide what, if anything, we want to do, and then figure out about the motion that's on the table already.
I'm happy to make a substitute.
So Mayor and Council, our thought is doing up to, and frankly, maybe up to 90 days or 60 days will be good to put a little fire under both sides to get it done. We certainly, again, we think we've already met the agreement, so.
Someone work me then through the Roberts mechanics on this. We do have a motion and a second.
I'll make a substitute motion to delay up to 90 days. Is that what you're recommending? Okay.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to delay this decision and the rest of this meeting regarding item number 3 for up to 90 days. Is there any discussion regarding the substitute motion? We'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Aspenlighter in dissent. Yes, sir, Mr. Boyette.
Chris, then, is there, at some point, can the council get more information about this whole thing?
City attorney just mentioned the value of an executive session to talk about where things are relative to the settlement agreement, this signed settlement agreement. So again, just to be clear, there is a signed settlement agreement. We're not negotiating agreements between us.
We'll get a session scheduled within the next couple of weeks in one of your upcoming meetings.
All right, I guess we're done with item 3 then. Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and resolution approving 2026 city annexation map amendments. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So presenting to you tonight are the proposed limits of annexation map amendments as brought to you by the City Annexation Committee. And we did have a work session on this on April 6th. So following up with the discussion there and bringing it forward to you for action. Just to be clear that when you're making amendments to the annexation map, that you're not annexing anything. You're not, that's a whole separate process. This is just to amend your map to indicate areas where you would expect annexation petitions to come from or future longer range analysis in different areas. So just to give you a quick background, the policy, your annexation policy that you have in place requires that at a minimum that the city review the annexation policy at the same time when the CIP is reviewed. So we started this process late last fall with the council having approved the city annexation, city CIP at the end of 2025. This process, this cycle focused on 2 map amendment types, basically a property owner initiated and city initiated map amendments. And then city initiated map amendments specifically. So we have one property owner request, and then we have the others are related to city initiated. So I'll walk through those in just a minute. We're not proposing any policy amendments this cycle. And as I said, we reviewed them at the April 6th work session. Your annexation committee of city staff from the various departments has been in place alongside the annexation policy and map for about 24 years up to now. And you've got the airport, fire, parks, planning, public works, police, and transit all involved in that process every year. This is the current annexation map as adopted by the council back in 2023. And at that time, we actually also updated our the 3 zones, changing zone 1 to the green, which is where annexations anyone can petition at any time to annex in those areas. The yellow zone area, which is the long range area where further analysis would be required potentially before moving into annexation. And then we changed up and added a red area, which is zone 3, which is where there's existing county development or county property that wouldn't be annexing into the city, to try and make that clearer in some of the areas of the annexation map across the city. So the requests and the city initiated items for this cycle are the Jellison Road city landfill area, and I'll show you that on the map, recommending that to be brought into the green zone 1 area. The property owner petitioned request is the southeast corner of Hesper Road and 48th Street West, and the recommendation is to bring that into Zone 1 as well. The Billings Bypass and 5 Mile Road intersection area, to make an amendment up there to bring a portion of that into the longer range area, and then an area west of Zimmerman Trail and Highway 3 to actually shrink the long range area in that location, and just clarify that Zimmerman Park is a county park in that area. So I'll show you this map. This is the one similar to to what you saw in April. So just showing you those areas that are proposed for amendment, and just to kind of talk a little more in specifics on a couple of them. The one for the property owner petition one at Hesper and 48th, they completed an urban planning study, went through that process, which is required by our policy, prepared a analysis showing what that property, what their intentions were for development, how it could be served. It is right adjacent to the city reservoir area, and actually the new water plant is just to the east of this property. And there's been improvements, and there are ongoing improvements along Hesper Road, and this development or this property owner would participate in further improvements as well for that property as it was the infrastructure is installed, and then it would be further developed, subdivided, zoned, etc. going forward. Just to speak briefly on the area at Jellison Road. So this was a conversation that you had actually previous to the April 6th meeting regarding the discussion of the Meadowlark manufactured home park being interested in coming into the city and taking advantage of some state funds to extend water into that area. They are currently connected to our sewer. Also talked about the current Billings Animal Shelter, which is leasing space on a property in that area as well. And that property owner that they're leasing from is also interested in city services. And the city obviously owns the landfill, and ultimately the consideration of whether to bring our city-owned property into the city as well, which would make sense, and we've done with other public utility properties around the city. The Billings bypass area, we recognize, given the completion of the bypass in that area where that comes in with 5 Mile Road and then also with Mary Street and the bypass connection there, that this area is a significant component for future development in the area. We've identified that. We did a corridor study for the bypass that identified this area. We've obviously also, in the future land use map that you just approved earlier tonight, also identified this for future long-term development in the city. So getting this into the yellow for that analysis and recognition makes sense from a variety of perspectives on the things that are being done by the city. And then lastly, the area west of Zimmerman Trail, at the intersection there, Zimmerman Trail and Skyway Drive, is to actually shrink that long-range area. The focus of the city is really from the intersection with Skyway Drive and Zimmerman to the east. There's significant infrastructure work that needs to be done to serve the Skyway Drive corridor and provide services back to the east toward the airport. And the staff across the departments in conversation, we keep having discussions with property owners out there wanting to bring this area in, and it's not a focus right now of any of our infrastructure plans in terms of what we're looking at, what's in the CIP and what's expected. So we wanted to potentially make an adjustment there to kind of recognize the realities of the time frame that this is way out, whenever it might be included. And we didn't want to start expending more analysis and work in that area when we're really trying to focus back to the east. So this is showing you the map. If you were to approve the amendments to the map this evening, this is the clean map with those areas included in the green and yellow and removed yellow area as I just described. And the applicant for the Hesper and 48th property is here and may wish to make some comments after the staff presentation's concluded. You do need to conduct a public hearing to act on the resolution and then move forward with that action. And at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And like I said, the applicant for that property is also available and I would like to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Wyeth. Any questions? Mr. Aspenleiter.
Wyeth, one quick one, and it's around the corner of 48th and Hesper. So petitioned in the southwest or southeast corner, makes perfect sense. When we did the work session, you said you snagged in the northeast corner that commercial, I think, is storage units right now. It's not, it's developed in the county. But then when you go across the street over to the northwest corner, there's 10 acres right there. And then another 20 on top of that. Well, there's 40 acres right there in that corner that are designated in the red, but why didn't we include that in the map amendment, at least pulling it into the yellow while we were at this?
Councilmember Aspenleiter and Mayor and Council, a couple things, I guess. Part of the concern or the issue was just managing the future expectation in that area. They certainly could, whether they're in the red, actually in Zone 3, they could also petition, they can still petition to bring that into the annexation area. I mean, that can be done. That doesn't preclude them. It just identifies that potentially some of that is developed, in which I think you are right, to the north is developed, right at the corner is vacant right now. As you go a little further north, there's residential. So it doesn't stop that from being brought forward. I think part of the concern that we were looking at was just if we move that out to the into yellow or further at this time, whether like when we were going to analyze that, but that's certainly something we could do. But that doesn't stop the property currently from coming forward.
I think the only reason I asked the question is, I mean, at least if it's in the yellow, we don't have to wait. You wouldn't have to wait until November to petition to go through the process. I mean, at that point, you could start the process of requesting the evaluation, and we're not on this once a year timeline. If we're in the red, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong,
yeah,
if you're in the red, you still have to wait till that November date to submit the petition to move through the process. But in the yellow, you do not. Is that accurate? Because my presumption might be wrong too.
Councilmember Aspenleiter, I need to double check, but I think actually you can, even in the red, you can, you could move forward without it's different than being in the yellow. But I'll have to double check with the policy to just confirm that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Anna. Yeah, so if in the annexation policy under number 3, it talks about limits of annexation map, and it does state in there for the properties, let's see, let me read it. In order for a property to be considered for annexation, it shall be located within the city annexation petition area zone 1 on the limits annexation map. Additionally, the council may consider, without requiring amendments to the limits of annexation map, petitions in zone 3. So the red. So that's an option. Obviously, you could still make a change, but just, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Wyeth, would you put up the other map there of those 4 areas? Okay. So you're not recommending west of Zimmerman Trail, Highway 3 intersection, but you are recommending Hesper, Billings bypass, and Jellison.
Councilmember Kennedy and Mayor and Council, correct. Yeah, we're recommending the Hesper and 48th location to bring it into the zone 1 for annexation petition, and also same with the Jellison Road piece. And then the property up by the Billings bypass north of the bypass and up by 5 Mile Road, we're recommending bringing it into the long range area.
So those
correct.
3.
Those 3 right in, and then amending that piece west of Zimmerman to not be in that long range area.
Thank you.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, the intersection of Zimmerman and I guess Grand and Broadwater, isn't that all the Peter Yeagan Golf Course? Wouldn't that be not? I mean, is that annexed in the city, or is that developed? Don't they usually just golf courses they don't develop? Or are you saying that they could turn their entire golf course, annex it in, and
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, yeah, the way we have that designated, that whole, I mean, there's the golf course, and then the rest of that Yagan property is master planned to bring it all into the city. So that's how it's remained that way. If they were to either bring that plus everything around it in, obviously they don't have to. And that, like, as you mentioned, by state law, if a golf course we can't force annex it. But given they've master planned on both the north, the west, and a little bit to the east, where that golf course is located. So that's the reason it's
So they have master plan like development on it. They're just holding on to it until timing's right.
correct. Yeah, and certainly the golf course. I mean, I don't anticipate they're going to develop over that golf course, but they've got it planned to develop or all the way around.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Friday? All right, you said you had somebody else, Mr. Friday?
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor and Council. Colton Knattard with IMEG. We're the consultant for the property owner at 48th and Hesper that is requesting addition to Zone 1. This, even though your earlier agenda item, the Billings 45 plan, was not adopted this time, this was my first experience kind of working through a property of how do we think this is going to fit into the West End plan. So got to work with the planning department quite a bit to identify this property as a future property that will be great for housing and residential. So it is identified to bring a lot of housing units in. So assuming that the council and Mr. Mayor decide to approve this, we'll likely be seeing you in a few months to go through the actual subdivision and annexation process to get some neighborhood amenities across from the reservoir and that city amenity out there, and then bring some housing units. So appreciate council's consideration of the application.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Neese?
I'm sorry, I had a question for the developer. So it's often brought to us, our question is like, why build so far outside the city? So there's lots of other areas within the green zone that is closer to the core. Can you maybe give a reason why this particular parcel is more advantageous to build versus something that's, closer to the core and developed roads?
So I guess just what is advantageous about this property from our client is, number one, directly to the east is where the new water plant is going in. So there are already utilities at our boundary and within Hesper, or at least a portion of our site. So unlike a property where we're having to look at how can we develop a distance and annex and leapfrog over properties, it's right there. Probably the most significant, I guess, advantage or desirability that our client sees in this property is the reservoir projects out there. Just the idea of being able to bring housing and living units where you can sell right across the street. There's going to be eventually public beaches and walking trails and a lake amenity. Where else do we have that? So I know in this particular property, that is what has led our client to thinking this would be a great project to take on for their perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. One thing that was curious to me, you mentioned about the possibility of a hotel there. That seems to be off of the beaten path. I don't understand why that would, why you would include that.
During the urban planning study, we are looking at something at maybe not 30,000 feet, but we're definitely not at the point where we're finalizing things. So that was just one of the items that was at least discussed through the process. And as we're looking at these things, we need to look at traffic generation and water and sewer use. And, a hotel was going to be an extreme, that is, in these units would have to go through a special review process because these are neighborhood zoning districts. So there would be an extra request if that was decided. But I would say at this point it was put in the urban planning study because it was an idea that was discussed and kicked around, and it would create quite a bit of traffic. So we might as well get that as part of the discussion as, police and fire and public works and everything is considering what could be done out there. So.
Let me say, it sounds like a great project. I am concerned, as I've indicated before, about the capacity of minor roads to handle increased traffic. But it seems to me at this point, with the development there, that even with the long development, that the Hesper would still be able to handle the traffic generated on there. So I would support that. I will, however, let you know that I will vote no on the motion because of the presence of the possibility of annexing the Meadowlark Mobile Home Park, which I am steadfastly against any positive mention of that development. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Netterud? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we go to public hearing, one last chance for questions for staff. Okay, this is a public hearing on item number 4, resolution approving 2026 city annexation map amendments. If you have anything to say regarding that, please come forward, tell us your name, where you live, and you'll get 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live at 489 South 44th Street in the 5th Ward. The reason why I'm standing tonight is to talk about the Meadowlark reclassification. I really don't understand why we're talking about this again, because this item has come up 3 times in front of our city council, and all 3 times it's been voted down. The police department has stated that they don't want the area because there's too much crime out there. The fire department doesn't want it because it's too far away from the city, and also it would negatively impact the volunteer fire department that is currently serving that area. The idea that, we have to put this water line in that one of the city council members has the contract for is a terrible idea. And I think that it doesn't serve our city, it doesn't serve our residents, and it should not be reclassified. Thank you.
Any other comment? Any other comment? Seeing none, I will close that portion of our meeting and ask for motions. Mr. Pittman.
Mayor and Council, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move we approve a resolution approving the 2026 city annexation map amendments as recommended by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Is there a second? Mr. Neese. Discussions regarding the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Mr. O'Donnell? All right, thank you. Before we move to item 5, it's been about an hour and 10 since our last break. Are we okay, or do you want to stop for 10 minutes? We're good? Item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and first reading ordinance amending the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District Expansion Ordinance to correct a property description and mapping error. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I don't have any slides for this item, but I'll just give you a brief overview. So this is related to when we did the expansion of the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District into the area in the South Side Triangle area here late last year. When we were going through the process with the Department of Revenue in the last couple months ago, for them to basically certify that we had done the process correctly and all, they noted and we discovered with them that we had accidentally in our GIS mapping and legal description had grabbed 2 county properties down in that area that can't be in a city urban renewal district. So that was doesn't work. But we had accidentally grabbed them in the map and the description. So we had to update the description and the map, which we did. DOR certified the expansion and has approved on that, but we needed to come back technically to make sure that going forward that the legal description and the map, and then those are also attached to the updated urban renewal plan, which you approved, are all current and reflect that we took those properties out. So that is the crux of this process, is to go through that. And this is the way we have to do it because it was done by ordinance. So we would be amending the map and the legal description, correcting that, and then getting that correctly back through that ordinance amendment. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but that's what's going on. Thanks.
Questions for Mr. Friday? Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Where were the properties located?
Councilmember Kennedy, Mayor and Council, they were actually over near on the east side by the refinery area and where Interstate 27th and the interstate are. There was a couple properties over there that are county.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Friday? So we will open up to a public hearing regarding item number 5, the amending the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. Is there any public comment regarding item number 5? Any public comment regarding item number 5? I'm sorry, Mr. Aspenline, I didn't see your request. I would have granted a break. My apologies. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing portion of item number 5 and ask for motions. Mr. Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance amending the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District Expansion Ordinance as recommended by staff.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second? Mr. Kennedy? Any discussion regarding the motion? All right, please let the record reflect that Mr. O'Donnell is absent for this vote and he's excused. Seeing no discussion regarding the motion, call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes 10-0. Number 6.
Community Development Block Grant Funding to Homeward for Rehabilitation of Sage Towers located at 1115 North 24th Street. Community Development Board and staff recommend approval.
Oh, there we go. So quick.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Beckett, and I am here to talk to you about Sage Tower rehabilitation. Homeward actually submitted a funding request for community development block grant for this program. So Homeward is the owner and developer, and I think that we do have the executive. Yep, Homeward. The executive director and other staff here, and also I think that somebody may be on Zoom too, maybe, yeah, maybe. Oh, okay. All right. So the property management company is Tamarack. Location is in downtown Billings at 115 North 24th Street. There are 81 rental units in that space, and they're also going to remodel some of the common space, roofing, windows, mechanical components, etc. The population is entirely elderly or disabled households, and under 80% of the area median income. So they have requested $750,000 in community development block grant. Their total project budget was, according to our last figures, just under $25 million. The grant structure has some securities involved because of the staff monitoring of the project that was prompted by community concerns relative to pest mitigation. And so the grant structure as it is currently in the agreements is that it would be fully repaid if they were not compliant for 15 years. That includes rental checks, the income verification for the clients and households that are there, and also property standards. The lien is secured by deed restriction and a trust indenture if approved. The council can change these terms. You can change it. Right now it's considered, I would believe, a conditional loan for the first 15 years, and then I believe it would be released from that, which then I think it would convert to a grant status. You can also require a shorter or longer term compliance. Instead of 15 years, you could do 20, or how many ever years you decide, or even lower. So we do have the executive director here to discuss the pest infestation. We know that they've done 2 building-wide treatments, and monthly treatments for the next 6 months will occur, and the units do have to comply with federal housing and health standards, and so they're offering routine inspection reports submitted to the city for the entire term of 15 years unless changed by the city council. So the timeline looks like, construction beginning in October and finishing by early 2028, with final inspection done that spring. So questions? And we can also have the folks come up from Homeward.
Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
The question I have is, do we have the same company that is the manager of the building, that was the manager of the building when we had the bed bugs and all the other problems?
Yes, I believe so.
So if you can tell me how that's going to change.
Councilman Kennedy, Mayor Nelson, council members. My name is Carissa Trujillo. I'm the executive director of Homeward. We do still have the same property management company that was managing during this pest situation. We have had a staff member come out a couple of times since we did hear about the situation to ensure that they were staying on top of things. But we are exploring other options for our property management, but there hasn't been a decision made yet. The complexities, as you can see, the complexities of the funding sources that are available to us to build income restricted properties requires really excessive oversight. And so you have to have a lot of certifications in order to manage properties that have home, CDBG, low income housing tax credits in them.
Just to follow up, Mayor, could you also talk about what you're doing right now, where the kitchen area is that you talked at Community Development Block Grant?
Yep.
About how furniture comes in and it's a 24-hour period.
Councilman Kennedy, as soon as we found out the extreme nature of this situation, we sent a staff member the next day to come to Billings to meet with vendors, ensure that the property management company was actually taking this as seriously as they needed to be and as seriously as Homeward was taking it. So we hired a third-party company to come and do 2 building-wide treatments, even though the entire building wasn't found to be infested. We wanted to just do the whole thing. And then we also found that the kitchen, Sage Tower used to have an operating kitchen program that was closed before Homeward took over ownership of this property. And so we were told that it had been cleaned. It hadn't. And so we also hired a professional cleaner to come in and clean out that kitchen, remove equipment, et cetera, just to avoid additional sort of attractants for the pests. And then now we are also doing monthly treatments in the building to ensure that we're able to stay on top of the situation. we found that in addition to the breach of contract with our property management company, who were not taking care of the health and safety of our residents, we are also finding that there were some apartments that had gotten overrun with resident personal belongings. And so that was another step that we needed to take in this effort, because treatments aren't as effective if they can't get the treatment all around the wall, on the floor, on the ceiling, in all of the surfaces. And so we also hired a cleaning company to come in to those more overcrowded with personal belongings units to help the residents clean their units out. We did have some residents who were disinterested in being a part of the solution, and we had to write up lease violations for those residents. It's, I understand that these are people's homes and we want them to feel like that's their own space, but when their choices are impacting the health and safety of their neighbors, we can't have that. And so that was another piece of the oversight that was necessary for Homeward to come in and do.
Mr. Boyette.
Brenda, so they need to report to you, what, quarterly or semi-quarterly somehow, with the reports of what they're doing? Do we have staff to watch this, maintain and review this, and then what happens if they don't?
What happens if they're not compliant within the period of, then they would need to repay the city back the funding.
By missing one report, or is there
we would probably chase them around for reports, I believe. I know that you also have, correct me if I'm right, is it quarterly or is it every 6 months you're getting for pest control? You talk to the board. They're doing monthly. They're doing monthly reports, and so what I remember hearing at our community development board meeting was that for the foreseeable future, they were going to do at least quarterly reports to the city on their monitoring of the situation there. We would actually even do on-site visits with them every year, and then do a sample of those on-site visits to make sure their housing quality standards are being met. Things we pick up in those inspections are typically batteries and smoke detectors, light bulbs, that kind of thing. That's what we usually pick up. But of course, any pest infestation that we would notice would also be marked, and we'd have to do corrective action. So that will be monitored on an annual basis if that's what the city council decides that they want to keep. They want those standards to be maintained over that 15-year period, as suggested by staff and the community development board. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Homeward. Is that right? And you guys are out of Missoula?
We are. We're
okay.
Councilman Neese. Yes, we are.
I heard you say that you guys took over the property. When did that happen?
In 2019, we took over the property. Across the state, you're dealing with a lot of properties who are going to exit their period of affordability, and they can go then into market rate rentals. And so we have been looking strategically at properties that are going to that so that we can maintain their affordability in perpetuity.
Okay, so these are still under market?
They
rents?
are, yes.
Okay. And so when you took it over, you've had the same management company in there?
Yes, Tamarack Property Management was the property management company prior to our acquisition of the property.
Okay. After hearing of the conditions of those units, I find it disturbing that you as a company would not have known about this sooner. And I don't know, I guess I didn't hear when asked, what are you going to do differently to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah. And I'll share that sentiment. We did hear about it 6 months prior to the news article that was referenced during public comment. And we reached out to our property management company, and they shared their pest mitigation process. They had a spray that they were going to do. We were assured that it had been taken care of. And in the site visits that we performed and in the reports that we got, it was fine. And so at this point, I think it just indicated to us that a higher level of micromanagement is going to be necessary, especially in situations where residents' health and safety is at risk. I think that was really the critical thing. As I said, we didn't know how bad it was, and we were taking this, trusted partner's word for it, and shouldn't have. And we learned our lesson in that.
No, you shouldn't have, and you should have known. And I feel bad for these residents that had to go through this.
Me too.
And this has to be fixed, and I really don't want to give money away to someone whose organization or management company poorly used it. And so I sure don't want to reward that management company. And hopefully, you've done something to find a new management company quickly. And do you have other properties here in Billings?
We do, yes.
And are they managed by the same company?
All but one of them are managed by the same company. The other is Starner Gardens, which is managed most recently by a company called Selden.
Okay, so the other properties managed by this other company,
They
have you
are.
actually gone in and inspected the property to make sure it's not
We
in
are.
the condition this one is?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Although,
you.
to be clear, Fraser Tower, which is the twin of Sage, the money that we are requesting of City Council today is for Sage Tower, but Sage Tower is part of a larger project that we're doing called The Towers, and it's Sage Tower and Fraser Tower. Fraser Tower has also had a pest problem, and there are a lot of reasons around this that I could get into. We certainly have this challenge more with buildings that are for folks who are seniors or folks who have disabilities, different choices about bringing furniture in from dumpsters and not necessarily caring for the building in the way that we would hope. But there is also a physical aspect to the building in dropped ceilings that are in these older buildings. There's another one in Anaconda like this. And it's harder for some of the treatment that previously was thought to work. It's harder for it to actually be effective with those drop ceilings. For what it is worth, I can assure you that we are taking action as quickly as we can to mitigate the challenges with our property management.
Sure, this renovation is going to help prevent a lot of
That's, yes, that is the goal. Exactly, to actually try to remove those drop ceilings.
Yeah, thank you.
Could somebody, go ahead, Mr. O'Donnell.
I just wanted to ask, I noticed that you're talking about the roof is being replaced. What is the overall condition of the building itself?
So when prior to Homeward's acquisition of Sage Tower, there was a rehabilitation on the project, but it really focused on more aesthetics than the structural building needs. And so we are looking to kind of reinforce the envelope. So looking at the roof, the HVAC, and the windows as the primary focus. Those are the number one needs. We sort of go through and we say, what does it have to have? What do we want it to have? And so that way we can prioritize based on how much funding we're able to get for the rehabilitation. The building itself is actually really sound. It's just old. Buildings don't last forever, right? And because we have lower income folks paying less than market rate right now, our average resident makes $1,400 a month. And so we're looking at a lot of folks on Social Security and disability pay. The larger things like roofs, windows, HVAC, that's when we do a larger project like a low-income housing tax credit resyndication. So.
Could somebody please show me where the clawback is written into these agreements?
You'll find language around the period. There's a period of affordability in 15 years, and that if they're non-compliant, that they would repay the city. So I don't know if I printed all the agreements, but we definitely have that in there. Loan repayment, repayment of CDBG loan. This is on the deed restriction agreement also. Repayment options is on page 2 under D. Term of the agreement is 15 years. Loan will become due or if it's sold or no longer used for affordable housing. And then I think on the subrecipient agreement, let's see if for the development agreement, you would have that. Grant award and budget, program income. You might have to give me a minute there.
Mayor, can
to find that one out.
while she's up?
Go ahead. Mr. Pittman, go ahead.
While you're looking for that, I just have another question. The value of this building, it says, is $3.642 million. And yet we're investing, I mean, we've been investing in this since Kennedy was in diapers.
Sure.
And that's a long time.
Which Kennedy, president or?
Councilman Kennedy, yeah.
I mean, is there a point, and I'm going to make this point as we go on to the next topic, but when do we stop? When is there a point where we're spending 3 times the amount of money to save a building that has so many chronic problems that we could have done 3 times as much as just keep reinvesting in this same property?
I mean, I can assure you, if we were to pay for us to tear that building down, displace the 81 residents that live there, and then build new at that volume, it would cost more than the $3 million that is the value of this property. And so when you think about, I think there is a point at which, when you're looking at any building, eventually it is time to tear a building down versus stabilize it. But until we've reached that kind of critical period, which we don't feel we have. I mean, we haven't invested major dollars in this for some time. The last time that they did a rehabilitation was over 15 years ago. And we've been trying to kind of patchwork that in. This is a major rehabilitation that should last us another 30 years. That's our goal. Will there be other things that happen during that time? Sure, that will definitely happen. But it's always our belief that it is more cost effective to preserve affordable housing than it is to build new, especially in the current climate, which we'll talk about in the next presentation, and the challenges that we have with the cost to construct new housing.
We found some clauses for you.
Mayor and council, can't hear that. So there's a couple places. One is in the subrecipient agreement, the bottom of page 8 of 11, under reporting goals, outcomes, and monitoring. It talks about the monitoring that's conducted by staff, and substandard performance as determined by the city will constitute non-compliance with this agreement if action to correct substandard performance is not taken by the subrecipient within a reasonable period of time after being notified by the city. Agreement suspension or termination will be initiated. So that's one area where we, based on the reporting and the tracking, that kind of a decision can be made.
And pest control reports are also in that section, and also on the second page, the 15-year clause is also included in that section.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, Ms. Shaw? Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I'll make a motion. I would make a motion. I move to approve the Community Development Block Grant funding to Homeward for the rehab of Sage Towers as recommended by the CD board and staff. And then I'd like to make a comment.
All right, Ms. Shaw? Okay, Mr. Kennedy?
A lot of it is that we talked about, and we talked about it at the Community Development Block Grant Board meeting, is you have 81 apartments and senior living, and I think as it was stated, about 1,400 is the average income. A lot of times it's a lot lower than that. I'm very happy to hear that they'll be working on and monitoring this and looking at their contract with the property manager. A lot of this is if we can get this building back up to snuff and looking at it for the next 30 years, a lot of those people that are living there will be bringing in more and more people in the future years. But it's critical housing that's needed in this community, especially for the seniors that are on very fixed incomes. So this is a project that I'm not happy with the pest problem and the other things, but now listening in and with the clawback clause and with the assurances that we have, I'm willing to go forward on this, and there's a lot of money being invested in this building. Ours was a very small amount, but a large amount of money to get this building up to snuff. So I appreciate it. So thank you.
Any other comment? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on item number 6, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the motion is approved. Item number 7, a special presentation.
Come on. It opened like 30 minutes ago. Just a moment. We're trying to get the let's try.
Since we have a spare moment, how about a break now? Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. Come back in 10 minutes.
Huh, I don't get it. It's weird. I opened this. Tony, can you tell me something? What's the what is this email? Like, if she was going to email me.
You about ready, Mr. Friday? Nice, here we go. All right, it's 9:19. We are back in session. Good evening.
Good evening.
We're ready for you.
Okay. Mayor and council, I'm pretty excited to be here to share an update with all of you about LB Lofts. I think you all have received the written update. And Mr. Nicholson, I believe that I put it in the body of the email for you. Did you receive that? Yeah, okay, great. So you have the written update. I don't want to regurgitate a bunch of that. I certainly want to answer questions that any of you may have. First, want to start off. Patty Webster. I'm the CEO with Homefront. And May is National Affordable Housing Month. So it's a perfect time to be here talking about an affordable housing project here in our community. LB Lofts is a project that we are doing with our developer, which is Homeward, who they were just up here discussing their other project with you. Not sure what I got going on here. So my board chair, Hannah Reno, is here. I'd like for her to stand. My director of occupancy, Amber Uzelak, and then Carissa Trujillo from Homeward. So LB Lofts, as you know, we've had some challenges, right? We've had some delays. We've had a tragedy of delays, actually. And we've been trying to fill you guys in on that over the last few months, just to give you an idea of what's happening, that there has been movement And we just wanted to be able to show you that. So this is the pre-delay construction. It was to be 4 and 5 sixplexes. Sorry, 4plexes and 5plexes out of the project and 101 units. We're now moving to a different design where it would be all 6plexes, and we actually gain a unit, so we'll have 102 apartment homes, not just 101. This will actually reduce the number of our buildings from 17 down to 16. We'll have 102 homes instead of 101, and the cost savings in that will be in the consistency and not as many foundations for the other building that we have there, and the other efficiencies around that as well. These are some renderings that we, High Plains Architect is our architect on the project. We have been working really, really hard with High Plains. What is the name? Thank you. Langlis and Associates. And one of the conditions of you all approving funding for the $1.5 million that we received from the Community Development and Home Funds was that we have some professionals review the solidity, if you will, of the current pods. The pods are not the actual units that people will be living in. They are part of the construction material. And I know that's hard to think about. So each one of these apartment homes will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath. So for each apartment, 2 pods are being used. And then the full middle part of each pod, so the kitchen, the living room, those are all brand new builds. So construction material is what the pods are, and a new build. So it is new construction. We have really been thoughtful about facing the challenges that we've had with this project, and also really good solutions that we've come up for our community. And so we want to share some of those things with you. This is a twin project, so very complicated, using both 9% and 4% tax credits. And I know that we're not supposed to talk about Laurel Gardens, but Laurel Gardens is in the midst of all of this as well. So this is the layout that we have. We're thinking where the red X is, that will be the 17th building that's removed. And then that would be our natural place for the dog park that we're going to have there at the community. I want to go back really quick. On the side of the street where you see leveraging, the wording for leveraging, that is where we have Pheasant Home. That is not an older project, but one of the projects that we also did in conjunction with Homeward as our developer. We also have Whitetail Run Apartments out there, 32 units there. Red Fox Apartments, 16 units. Sorry, 30 at Red Fox, 2 at Falcon Run. Am I missing something?
I did not catch what she said. Hi, I'm Amber Uselak. I'm the Director of Occupancy for Homefront. It's 16 at Pheasant Home, 32 at Whitetail Run, and 30 at Red Fox, with 2 at Falcon Run.
Right. The 3D printed unit will also be on the site with Falcon Run, and then the other units are right across there. So we've actually fully developed out this whole subdivision. We bought this subdivision in the early 90s, back in the days when it was one of the only multifamily zoned properties available. And normally what we do is we hold on to something until we have the opportunity to develop it. And so each one of those developments, each one of those projects has been an opportunity. And we see LB Lofts as one as well. And that's all I have on our update, other than what's been presented to you in writing. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Patty, you said this will round out the development of the whole subdivision.
Pardon me?
This rounds out the development of that subdivision.
Yeah.
Will you continue to own it and manage it, or will you? Okay, you will. Okay.
Yes.
The project again looks very similar to what we saw 2 years ago, and it was exciting at that time to see. And I guess unless I missed it, I didn't see a timeline. And this is the problem. It's been 2 years. So what's your timeline to get this done or started or something? Because there's been complaints when I drove it by there. I did see today when I drove by, you have the windows boarded up, which is good, but most of the windows behind there are already broken glass on the ground. I don't know if you picked up the glass off the ground. I didn't stop to walk around and look at it. But the residents have been seeing these things for 2 years. One of your letters said by the end of May or sometime, you gave a May date, you're going to remove these or some of these from the site. Is that going to happen?
That is going to happen. So there are currently 224 pods out on the property. We always thought we would use all of them except for 11. So 11 were brought in on purpose to switch out if there were damage or different things to the units. We're not using the windows. We've had several police reports and issues that we needed to have involved in the kids in the neighborhood, breaking the windows, throwing rocks at the windows and doing things. We do not have people inside the property. It's all locked up. You can't get in.
Well, to your point, you're right. I walked around there and it's all secured. It doesn't look like anyone's getting in there, jumping over the fence. But the windows are broken with the glass on the ground.
Right, from the outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you guys pick up the glass when you boarded up the windows?
I would need to confirm that. I don't believe that they went through and did a thorough search. All of that would be behind a fence and not accessible to the public unless they were trespassing on the property. And so I don't know that staff took the time to clean up the inside of the fence.
Eventually,
area.
the fences are going to be moved and you got glass on the ground from all the broken windows there. I think that's all I have for now.
Mr. Pittman?
Hi, Patty.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. You know, I've been on this journey with you on this neighborhood since the beginning.
Yes, you have.
And the struggle I'm having is it was a tough sell to the neighborhood that we were going to do a good job and we were going to raise the status of the neighborhood and it wasn't going to be a detriment. We weren't going to have all these, what we have now.
Mm-hmm.
And to be completely honest, I think we have lost the trust of the neighborhood in the time that it's taking to do this. What's out there now, there's not a person that would accept that in their backyard for 2 years. And now to hear that they're just basically parts that we're going to take apart and try to put back together into something that's sustainable. We just had a presentation on a building that's solid brick that's costing millions of dollars, almost $300,000 a unit to kind of keep functioning.
Mm-hmm.
And these were never designed to be long-term pieces of livable space, really. They were man camps in North Dakota. And so it seems very frustrating that there's a point where I think we either have to reconsider this and consider the neighborhood, consider all of the Red Fox and all of them are amazing facilities and they're durable. And I think that's the standard I'm holding this project to. And I just don't see how it becomes durable or sustainable in not only the length that it's taking, but the condition of these pieces or parts or whatever you want to call them.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Pittman. I can certainly understand your frustration. We are as frustrated as anybody about the delays that have happened with this project. We did meet with the neighbors. I individually will take anyone who thinks something's happening there. I take them. I'll go up on a Sunday. We go inside the pods. I show them nobody's living here. Nobody's here. There are no rodents around there. None of those things are happening. So I think the main issue with the neighbors to the north is that they want a brand new fence. Well, they can either put their own fence up or we're going to look at different fencing to going around our properties, but they're really responsible for their own fence, not for us to provide one for them. And they have a fence there. They just don't like it. We've met with them. We've met with the Heights Task Force. And yes, many delays that are completely out of our control. You mentioned 2 years. We actually didn't receive the funding from the city until, you know when that was?
It was just October of 2025.
But the units have been there longer than that.
Right, the units have been there longer.
And
also, I also wanted just to correct you that those units were built to International Building Code. So they're built with, they are built with the, okay, it's not a 2x4, something else.
So
they're built sturdier than what you think they are. They weren't part of actual man camps. They were part of the Weatherford Lodge out of Williston, North Dakota. And then they were disassembled by a gentleman named Kyle Hexum. And so they are wrapped. The wrapping is coming off. We just received a code enforcement complaint today that was actually brought up at a city council meeting on April 6th. We just received that today.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a copy of it here. And I'm thinking that the reason we just received it today is because the items that they're bringing up, they're treating it as if they are like a home or like a unit for rent. They're none of those things. They're building material.
And as part of that, we have standards that you have to keep building, and nothing's been happening. And I guess one of the questions I've asked is, what's plan B? What if this financing and all of this doesn't come to fruition? What's plan B? Because I in all honesty, I don't see how this project comes together with the lack of support, with the deterioration of the product. So is there a plan B or?
There is.
Okay.
There's a plan B, C, D, E, and F. There's all of the things that we've been working on with the architects, with our developer, with Langless as well. We still think this is a viable project. We think this is a good project. We don't build things that aren't sustainable. That's not who we are. So I still believe in this project. And Dennis, I will be the first person to walk away from something that won't work.
Mr. O'Donnell, then Mr. Neese, and Mr. Boyette.
Thank you. So I'm, of course, new to the council. I was here when the last October, when the council voted to provide some TIF money, I think.
It's community development.
I'm sorry. You said that the revised plan, you're getting rid of some of the pods?
Yes.
Where are they going and at what value of each pod? Are they diminished value from when you purchased them originally?
No.
Okay.
We think that we'll be fully utilizing 79 of the 224 that we have. And the backwards? Yeah, we're removing 79. Where we're taking them will be outside of city limits. They will not be being stored in an area that will be of concern to council at a very huge cost. In this complaint that we received, we're being told that all of the pods need to be moved. We received that cost today, and it's over $200,000 just to move them. Then $11.
$2,500 a month to stage them.
So that's a big hit to the project as well.
And so this reorganization is meant to help with the financing?
Well, we're just looking at a different design because we thought that it was too expensive to use the pods on all 3 floors. Right. And so right now, the plan is to not use them at all on the first floor, but only on the second and third floor. To change it from 4 and 5 plexes to all 6 plexes.
And the purpose of that was financing?
Yes.
Okay. How has that helped? Are you any closer to getting the financing that you need to start construction on the project?
It's more efficient. We lose one whole pad for a building. We lose one whole building. So there's cost savings there. We're using, we are not going to have patios and balconies anymore. We'll have some awnings instead. So there's cost savings there.
And I want to speak to Evening, everyone. Carissa Trujillo with Homeward. I want to speak to the fact that when this project was envisioned 2 years ago, right, when we got these pods and we envisioned it with High Plains, we were in an entirely different development world at that time. That was before tariffs hit. That was before we had the massive labor shortages that came. And that was when tax credit pricing was in the 90s. And we are at 75 cents on the dollar right now. So those changes are part of the delays that we faced, and we've gotten creative. And so this restructure is helping us. Like, if that had been the reality when we visioned this project, then this is more like the project that we would have pitched then.
So, but I mean, in terms of the restructuring, the redesign, and the refinancing, are you closer to getting actual dollars signed where you need to start construction?
Oh, yes. And it's not a refinancing. We've had the tax credits, the 9% tax credits all along. Like Carissa said, with the equity investors, when you used to get 92 cents on the dollar and now you're getting 75 cents, that's a huge gap in funding you have to come up with. So one of the things we did is we came to the city. You all approved $1.5 million in financing for that. That didn't fill the gap all the way. So we have a lot of other sources that we had to do. There are 11 sources in this capital stack. It's very complicated.
Well, one more question, Mr. Mayor. What I'm trying to get at is, when will it start?
We've secured an equity investor, and so our hope is to close in the summer and begin construction in the summer. So we finally found an investor. That was the last kind of missing link. We found someone who is interested in investing in these tax credits at that lower rate. We've solved for the gap that they told us we were going to have, and so we're ready to move forward with that investor.
Thank you.
Closing will take place at the end of the summer, and then construction can start right away. There are still 2 pieces of funding that we're waiting on to hear from the Board of Housing. They were 2 new funding sources that came about through the state legislature. We've applied for those, but we won't find out till the beginning of June.
All right, Mr. Neese, Mr. Boyette, then Mr. Aspenleiter.
Thank you, Mayor. Patty, just to let you know, builders typically can't bring their building supplies on the property 2 years before they're going to build. And so, again, I would hope you would comply with code enforcement and remove that building material from the property. That being said, I was asking for a timeline. I still don't see the timeline in here. Again, I may be blind, but I don't see it. And when asked directly, when will you build? It was, well, we're going to do this. We got this. We don't have a definite time.
Yeah, we said we were going to close at the end of the summer and we would start building
End of
right
the summer.
away.
What date? What's the
We
closing
don't have
date?
an actual date yet.
Okay, so you don't have a date.
One of the holdups is that the city's procurement. Wyeth, did you guys come up with a solution on this? Oh, okay. So and I think they just came up with that solution today. Yes. One of the problems is we're required to use the most restrictive of the federal or state procurement. The city added another layer of complication with the procurement. So we've been asking for a while if we could use the same procurement requirements we're having to use for the state. The state gave us a letter on that, so we're just, they must have given that to Wyeth. I'm just hearing this news for the first time. So that's good news. So now we can finally get a GC.
So it sounds to me like all these things keep popping up and throwing roadblocks in and delaying and delaying and delaying, and that doesn't make me feel good about anything that's happening with Homefront as far as what they're building, especially these here. And then I also heard say, well, we're still applying for some loans. We may hear by June. So does that mean if you don't get the loans or whatever the approval of financing in June, this investor is going to back out and then you won't build these?
No.
Or they're going to do it without it anyway?
It doesn't mean that the investor is not going to back out. This is what it takes to develop affordable housing in your community. There's not a straightforward way for us to pay for income restricted apartments in your community. If you go to the Board of Housing meeting, which happened today and tomorrow, and you look at the capital stacks that people are putting in for new projects right now, they're insane. They are 11 sources. When we did this project at the beginning, you didn't need 11 sources. You need that now. And I swear, if you go to the Board of Housing and you look at there are 11 projects in the 9% round, which is the competitive round for the letter of interest. If you go and look at the capital stacks that developers are having to do to create income restricted properties, it's where we're at. We feel really confident about the funding sources that are still coming together. But we also know that if those funding sources don't come, we have an investor partner that will pivot with us. And like Patty said, we have a plan B, C, D, E to try to figure out how to bring affordable homes that your community needs for the residents that live here and work here and want to be here.
So I appreciate the presentation. I think if you had an investor, you would have started groundwork tomorrow. My recommendation, my hope is that you guys listen to the zoning, the code enforcement complaint and remove those units as quickly as possible, so the residents don't have to drive by and look at those, all the time just for this building material stacking there. No other contractor is allowed to do that. They all get fined. I know some personally that have complained to me about it, but they had to move their building materials. So please comply with our local code.
Yeah, we'll definitely comply with anything that the city wants us to. I just need you to be aware of the huge cost in that compliance when we're already having funding issues.
You mentioned it, I understand. That's the delays that have happened because these things were moved on too soon.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give you an easy one.
Thanks.
We've heard in testimony that property management is a big deal. They can either make you or break you. Would you, when you build these, let's say they're all built, do you plan on having somebody there on the ground all the time that lives there versus somebody in Missoula or whatever? I mean, I think that's really important to keep the property up and clean.
Councilman Boyette, as you know, you've been on the board for Homefront in the past. We currently own 456 units here in our community. We own and manage all of them. We're the best property manager that this community has. You don't have the issues that you have a lot of other places because we have a fully staffed property management company. Amber's in charge of that as our director of occupancy. Matter of fact, we'll be offering some of our management services out to the rest of the public because we know what we have. Thank you.
Mr. Aspen-Leiter.
I'll wave off. I'm tired.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. I think I read a year ago you have a target population that you'll be recruiting from. Is that correct?
So the way that tax credits work, and I think part of this is maybe just I need to do a better job of educating the council about how those projects are put together. This isn't a normal development project. We're not a normal contractor. We're not a normal developer. We're the non-for-profit people that are trying to put that information together to create all of these units here in town. We've successfully done that with 456 others. So I hope that you'll keep your trust in us. I think we've earned it. I think we deserve it. And I think we deserve this chance. To answer fully your question, we will never let another property manager ever manage our properties. That will never happen. We will only own and manage our own.
No, I'm sorry but I thought that I read that there was a target population you were going to draw from.
Well, so in a tax credit project, how it's put together is you tell the Board of Housing how many units you're going to rent at 30%, how many at 40%, how many at 50% or 60%. And then you have to pull off your waiting list those different adjusted income levels to serve in those specific units. It's very complicated.
But I thought that I read a year ago that it had something to do with ethnicity rather than income.
No, that was a rumor. That was supported by a local radio show.
I think I read that in some documents, but that's okay.
It wasn't in any of our documents, no. It's actually illegal. It's a fair housing violation.
I'll find it.
Any further questions for our presenters? Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Happy to come back anytime.
Item number 8.
Tax increment financing assistance from the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District to HAB Development to build the South Hills Commons up to a maximum reimbursement of $1,339,202.76. South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District Advisory Committee recommends conditional approval.
And as Wyeth is pulling it together, the applicant asked me to put in front of you a document. So that's where that came from for this conversation you're going to have.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Troutman, and I'm here representing the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal Association and Advisory Committee. I'd like to give a brief introduction to the project, and then John Dunlap with CRI Logistics will present more of the in-depth project details. This application was received by the Sabura consultant on March 20th, 2026 by HAB Development and presented to the Advisory Committee on April 7th, 2026. The application details a workforce housing project located on vacant lots off King Avenue East and Stevens Lane. It will boast 35 owner-occupied workforce homes delivered as qualified community reinvestment housing infrastructure under the Montana Community Reinvestment Plan. The qualified improvements include site grading and roadwork, water improvements, sanitary sewer improvements, storm drainage improvements, and utility services. The total cost of the project is projected to be $13,392,027.60. Of this total amount, $2,493,940.50 accounts for TIF-eligible expenses and was the amount requested by the applicant. After careful consideration and review of the SBIRD cash flow, the Advisory Committee has recommended TIF funding in the amount of $1,339,202.76, which represents 10% of total projected cost and a payback period of 9.83 years. With that, I will introduce John Dunlap with CRI Logistics to explain the project in more detail. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and council members. First off, I want to start off with thanking everybody here for their leadership and the role in advancing the Montana Community Investment Plan through South Hills Commons. The MCRP has been a lot of work over the last 4 years in identifying a way for us to be able to, as community members, be able to bring state-sponsored dollars to our community to then be able to administer and create housing solutions at our level. This program also required the creation of an alternate mortgage product that will also fall in line with an income-aligned program. This is targeted towards workforce housing. Workforce housing was defined by legislation as being between 60 and 140% of the average median household income, whichever is less. In this case, that falls into about $82,500 a year. So it falls right into that critical workforce that we're looking for. The product that is to be brought forward is going to be all in a home ownership product. So this is not a rental product. It is not any other type. So these homes will be constructed, sold, and then delivered to the homeowners. The way the program will actually work is that a $400,000 home will be able to be brought to the table at a discounted purchase price, completely eliminating down payment and making the homes attainable to those buyers that typically would be excluded from the market. In addition to that, the mortgage product will be no more than 30% of that household income, which will include taxes and insurance as well. We're going to do a side-by-side comparison to show you exactly how that shows out. In the meantime, you're helping establish permanent housing infrastructure for this community, housing that will be deed restricted, income qualified, and in service to Billings residents for decades. That is a critical distinction. These are not units that enter market and disappear. They are retained, stabilized, and preserved as attainable housing for future generations. At the same time, this project activates land that currently contributes very little tax base and transforms it into approximately 14 million in fully taxable property value, creating long-term reoccurring revenue for the city. This entire program does not rely upon any subsidies or any deferred tax components over the life cycle of these assets. That is exactly what TIF was designed to do. And it's important to note, this location was not selected by chance. It was selected because Billings had already established the South Billings Urban Renewal District, creating a framework that allows the city to participate within an existing purpose-built structure. The focus on improving South Billings region was already a stated priority. This project aligns directly with that effort. And importantly, this is not a request for the city to fund a project. The applicant is bringing forward $16 million in capital specifically to reduce mortgage costs across Yellowstone County. The net result is going to generate $68 million in attainable housing infrastructure that will be built and delivered to the community, eliminating down payments and making homeownership accessible to families who otherwise would not qualify. South Hills Commons represents approximately 20% of the total homes planned within the county, which means the broader investment and where it ultimately takes hold is directly influenced by where alignment exists. Our goal is straightforward: to direct as much of this capital as possible into Billings for the benefit of Billings residents. The level of investment requires alignment. When that alignment is present, the model works exceptionally well. When it is not, the capital and the infrastructure it supports naturally moves to where alignment exists. We truly believe that Billings is the right place for that alignment and to be able to set that example. And the impact goes beyond housing. The structure addresses challenges cities have worked to solve for decades: workforce housing, economic stability, tax-based growth, and access to ownership, all at the same time. South Hills Commons is the first phase. The system behind it is what carries forward. So today is not just about approving a project. It's about affirming a model that delivers housing, infrastructure, tax base, and long-term stability together. And it is this case, it is being executed exactly as intended. So I appreciate that. I wanted to set the framework so that we could all begin to understand that this, as we move forward, the whole intent was to be able to identify what are the tools and resources that every level of the community, especially those that are decision makers such as yourselves, to be able to actually develop, create, deliver, and have long-term sustainability for that target demographic that we're looking for. That's exactly what this program does. That's exactly what the backbone of the MCRP was intended for in the first place. And so as we go through, I'll open it up for additional question and answers. One of the things I'd like to share just really quickly before we do open that up, to then be able to allow you to ask specific questions, not only about South Hills Commons, but other areas that we're going to be working with, such as school district lands and others here within Billings, to have you better understand how the development construction process works, and more importantly, what the end product is going to look like. One thing that I do want to have resonate with the council is that as a part of this product, these units that are built will be made available to consumers, bought back into the program, and made available again. And so we're creating what's truly defined as attainable housing infrastructure that we as leaders, as well as those that'll be consumers, can rely upon for multiple generations. It's an important time use of capital, resources, land, locations, infill, that is all a part of this program. So what I'd like to do briefly, just so you can understand the context of how this affects the consumer, I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison to show what it would be for somebody moving into the area, a new hire that you guys may bring in, a critical workforce. They come in to purchase a home. We modeled it at $400,000. These are going to be 3-bedroom, 2 to 2.5 bath, 2-car garage units meant for families. And so I'm going to have Christian go ahead and pull that up because I don't know exactly where it is. And then from there, then, as I mentioned, we'll go into question answer and go from there. So what I'm going to do actually, just to go ahead and save some time, this is the reason why I also provided you handouts. If you could go to the last page of the handout, you'll notice that it's a side-by-side payment comparison. I happen to have gone through these numbers enough, I have them memorized. So what we'll do is we'll start off with, as I mentioned in there, we're looking, in order to be able to compare this, right, you need to be able to say, you need to compare the fact that the purchaser in either one of the two scenarios is coming to the table with zero money down. Because the program that we have is effectively, which is called the Access Home Program, requires a zero down payment, and it requires then a no more than a monthly payment that can be greater than 30% of their household income. So assuming $82,500 a year for that household income, and at 30% of that, that derives a monthly payment of $2,050. Now, as a part of the program, a part of the development construction process, for every one of these homes that we do, they will be sold to the consumer at roughly about a 20% discount to market. It just how the cost to value ratios fall into play. So if we then take that and we compare it to what it would be for somebody that moves to Billings without having access to those resources, they're now exposed to the market of a $400,000 home. They have no down payment, so they're hopeful that there is a mortgage program that offers that, which now kicks you into mortgage insurance, home insurance, as well as taxes, taking the payment for the exact same unit that we're able to offer to that individual from $2,050 a month under the Access Home Loan Program to $3,500 a month. That, folks, is the definition of inaffordability. That is what creates that household stress. The way that actually computes out, just to put it into real economics, is that the actual, by way of legislation, the homeowner is only able to retain a 1% annual rate of appreciation. But if you think about it, at that point, they have no money into it, and they're at a discounted payment structure. If we then were to compare, even within that restricted 1%, to what a market rate appreciation would be, the thing you got to remember is that on an 8-year home ownership cycle, that's typically what we're looking at, 6 to 8 years with our workforce, young families, a majority of that payment goes to interest in that amortization. So even though they do have the opportunity for that upside, really that's really dwindled based on the cost burden of a $3,500 a month payment. That's 50% of their income. So in this case, what ends up happening, the net result, is that, yes, they may have made more money over that life cycle of 8 years because they're able to capture all the appreciation. And that's also assuming there's a program that provides them a zero down payment structure, where the Access Home Program delivers the payment at a discount, which derives then a monthly retained earnings of about $1,450 a month. Now think about that for a minute, what that means to that household, and being able to, whether it be put into savings for an eventual home that they could purchase outside of this program, or just what it does to their underlying livability within a community. So it's a pretty significant difference. Every one of these, as I mentioned, are going to be a home ownership type product. And if you look at it from as an employer, as you all are, and you look at it from a point of being now attainable because it doesn't require the down payment, and it's affordable by way of the structure, it actually creates a retention variable for that employee, for that and critical workforce to stay within our communities, thrive within our communities, and move forward. So I just wanted to share what the end result is, because it's quite significant under this comparison. And for Yellowstone County, there's based on our costs, we're estimating there'll be about 170 homes. So the South Hills Commons project of 35 units is about 20%. And so we've got another project that we'll be working with in the Heights with the school district. That'll be an additional 30 units that's in site plan review now. So we'll be looking at right now with what is committed to the Billings area inside of the Yellowstone County region. We're going to be looking at 65 homes that will be completed, built, sold, and will meet these obligations. So Without going on too long, I think it would be good to give the council an opportunity just to ask questions, have you get a better feel and understanding for what it is. But we are very proud of this, taken many, many years to put together, and look forward to bringing those dollars back to our community and delivering a housing product. So with that, I'd open it up for questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kennedy first, then Mr. Boyette.
I saw your presentation at Sabura, and looking at this, can you show your map of the housing?
The site plan?
Yes.
It was actually would have been her presentation.
The question I have for you is, you had asked the TIF district for 2.4 million. They gave you $1 million less than that. When you put together this proposal, did you anticipate that you were going to get the full 2.4 million for this project? And does this leave you short? And where would you get the money?
So the money, in order, well, let me step back. We had anticipated that there would be a reduction in the amount the city would participate, just because there's going to be efficiencies inside of the development and build. We're planning on doing these near to simultaneous, not quite. There's going to be an element of phasing. So we're going to find there's going to be some subcontract efficiencies, price decreases from what, would be, a one-off type budget, which is exactly what was identified. So we had anticipated that we would probably be getting these down to a price point that would have fallen closer to that 1.7 to 1.8 city participation. That was a relatively arbitrary number that was thrown out at the time of that meeting. But it just comes down to, a shortfall. In other words, where do those dollars go? I mean, I'm talking about 35 that we plan to bring 170. We're planning on bringing, a significant amount to the community. So it's just how that's able to work across the entire program. The reason why we chose this location was to provide the city an opportunity to participate in a structure that truly is going to set an example and create attainable workforce housing, all inside of a structure that met the Sabura goals in and of itself, absent mine. And so those dollars aren't, we're going to be able to make it all work to be able to deliver the product. But we anticipated, initially, to answer your question, we'd anticipated that number, we would end up, by the time we're done with our costs, at around that 1.7.
Okay. Follow up on that. Now, looking at the drawing that you have in front of us, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 homes along the King Avenue, and then you have another 8 homes on the other side of the street. Now let's look, you have to put a street in, and then you have homes in the back here. Can you explain those?
Yeah, sure. So you're looking at 2 different product types.
Are those condos?
Well, the entirety of the parcel, to understand the actual definition, they're going to be sold as a condominium type conveyance. And so this did not go through subdivision. So even though they're detached units, we wanted to be able to create a livable environment for young families. So for all intents and purposes, they're going to look just like a single family detached product. What you're speaking to is how they're conveyed. They're just simply not going to be conveyed via a warranty deed owning the land underneath it. And so what'll happen is that they'll be sold as condos, but they'll be the same as a single family residential that you would see. The ones in the back, so that's the ones in the front. Okay, those are all detached. All single level. The ones in the back then are 3-unit buildings, correct? And then they're going to actually be, those are 1,670 square feet, 2.5 bath with a 2-car garage, back patio. So from a livability, functionability, they're going to be quite large in size to accommodate the families, and those will all be sold individually. all under a similar pricing structure to what I just showed you on the payment comparison.
So when I look at those and I look at the lots behind, you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 homes behind there, and you're going to be putting 20 homes backed up to them to the alley there, correct?
So that is the way that plan is set and approved through the site planning process, correct?
And this never went through subdivision. We've never seen this one before. So I'm going to ask you a question on what type of community meetings did you have with the people in the surrounding area?
So that's a great question. All of the meetings that we had were what was required under the site plan review process.
Community meetings did you have?
So in the absence of a
areas?
process to have a community meeting, what we did is that to engage discussion, we put a 4x8 sign.
Just answer yes or no. Did you have community meetings with the people in the surrounding areas?
Mr. Kennedy, I'm saying that there was no process that we went through for that to occur.
So you did not.
We didn't. There was no forum for a community meeting to occur.
We don't need to keep on playing
Sure.
this game, but there was not.
There was not.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyette.
In your diagram, can you explain deed restricted and retained housing? Does that mean that the person owns it, but he can't sell it himself? He has to come back through you folks in order to sell it to someone else?
So
Like,
the
say,
answer,
5 years down the road.
Yeah, so let's just use the 8-year example, right? That's what's shown there in that model. What happens is, since the homes are being sold at a discount, and because there's going to be state monies invested and others, there needs to be a mechanism to be able to, in the event that home is sold outside of the program, in other words, sold into the open market, then there has to be that mechanism to be able to pay back those obligations, because this whole thing is an investment, not a subsidy in any way. And so in order to create the nature of infrastructure where it comes back in and then it can go back out, legislation required a cap to that homeowner that they could sell it for no more than 1%. And so that's why this is considered a right of first refusal, simply saying, hey, you have the option to sell whenever you want to, but you are capped legislatively by 1%. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell this home to you at a discount. We're going to provide you the financing terms that were set forth by state, and the program has the first right to buy it back. That's the only thing. Mm-hmm. That's the only way we could achieve the assurances of the nature of it being infrastructure type related.
Ms. Shaw and then Mr. Neese.
Thank you. As you know, I'm now the council member on the Suburban Advisory Committee, so we went through all of this. I certainly supported more than the 1.3. I agree with your assessment that it was an arbitrary number, kind of 10. What is 10%? Let's just go with that. Can you talk to us, though, about, as you mentioned, the 1.7, 1.8, can you talk to us about what that gap could accomplish? Because I'm looking at, you're building out, it looks like you're building out a street to East King, you're paving alleys, I'm assuming. You've got some other stuff going on in there. All of that is going to add up really fast, and that's basic public infrastructure. So would you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so we're not going to be able to make it up on the cost of the public infrastructure. I mean, that's just a set item, right? And now we're expecting some efficiencies in those contracts from, estimated gravel quantities to actuals to that sort of thing, that we think that cost will come down. And then ultimately, when we deliver the homes at this discount that I'm mentioning to you, it's going to be through our build efficiencies, as well as then, how we're going to be able to carry that. And the way that we're going to be able to carry it, we just need to, there just will be zero profitability made in the project. I mean, because we have to be able to make that work. There is some participation in the program on the back end funding side, so it can justify effectively what we're talking about here is a deferred of nearly 20% to the benefit of the consumer and the community. It's a significant amount. And so, but as far as being able to deliver the units and the infrastructure, we anticipate that we're going to be able to, decrease these costs by a healthy 10%, maybe even a little bit more, depending upon, where those contract negotiations come in.
I guess the point I would make to council is that this council has approved, I think it was over $2 million for the Old Town Flat project downtown, which is a market rate rental product. This is a home mortgage product, which I think is fundamentally different and much more valuable to our community. Your Honor, I'm ready to make a motion. I don't want to cut off discussion, but if you would like to come back to me when people are done with questions, I'd be happy to.
I will. Mr. Neese and Mr. Aspenleiter, then Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. So did I hear you say it's like a condo, so they own the home but not the land? So is there HOA fees they're going to be paying? Is that a part of that 2050 limit or something like that?
So a part of that, the HOA fees, we anticipate now will still be able to fall into that. There is the ability for it to go outside of it, but right now it's budgeted for all the HOA fees and everything to be included inside of that payment structure, yes.
So 2050, that includes the HOA fee?
Correct.
Okay. They own the entire house inside and out, or they only own the inside, and does the HOA take care of all the roofing, siding, and stuff like that?
So it's a great question, and that is, the latter is accurate. And so what will end up happening is there will be a common, maintenance. So all of the irrigated areas, snow removal, all that will be a part of that. And that's also the reason why we designed it in a way too, where each one of them will have their own patios. There won't be barbecues on the front porches. There'll be backyards. It's all those sort of things. There will be an artificial turf that'll be between the structures on the single level units. Because we found over the years in Montana, if you put grass in those skin areas, it just turns it to mud, maintenance, that sort of thing. So there will be an association that will manage all that.
Okay. Actually, I like that idea. There's some places in the Heights I looked at for my mother-in-law and it was a great concept to have something like that. So, and then one of the things I was concerned about when I got the application or got the packet and read through the application, it wasn't complete to me. What I read in the application, it stated that you don't have your financing commitment yet. You're getting it when you start or complete the ground improvements or something like that. And so can you speak to the fact that do you have other financial commitments secured on this project, or are we coming in first on this?
So no. The entirety of, because in order for us to even advance it forward to where we are now, and furthermore to be able to look at this council and be able to state we can complete that infrastructure, we had to identify the necessary funding to not only do the city infrastructure components, but also the vertical as well. So that in its entirety, from an ability to complete, then we back in how the city participates. That creates our trailing liabilities. But the ability to complete, we have 100% of the ability to complete, which was our obligation. We had to anyway. I mean, the city's earmarking the funds after it's completed, which means the burden is on us. That is 100% in place.
Okay, so that means how many units are you building here?
There's a total of 35.
So after all 35 are built, not sold or just built, then that's when you get your reimbursement?
Correct.
And how long do you expect to have this built out by?
Right now our construction schedule is between 14 and 18 months.
So 18 months, if everything's built out, then you get the 1.3 million.
Correct. In the city infrastructure, everything we're talking about that's going to be covered under the TIF components, that by way of our currently scheduled, committed contractor is going to be topped out with final inspections early fall. Look at September to mid-September.
But you still won't be reimbursed for that until after the last house is built.
We have to wait till the last one. That is correct.
Not sold, but built, right?
I don't know exactly what the definition is, but our timing is going to be so close based on how efficient we're going to be able to deliver them. That
Do you think you already have buyers lined up? You'll have them as you build them. They're going to buy them.
We're very confident. You know, you look at the Billings market, if you can purchase a home at a 20% discount with a mortgage product at 60% of the market rate, the probability of that being is very, very high, yes.
And who owns the land then?
Currently, the land is owned by HEB Development.
So after everything's, all the houses are sold, who owns the land?
So that'll actually end up falling into an entity that will manage the assets and have the ability to be able to buy the assets back to put them back into the program. It's actually a special purpose vehicle that will hold many of the properties within this region so that we can ensure that those assets are properly recycled and that all the obligations to pay, both the state and otherwise, are maintained. So it's more, think of it more like an asset management entity than it really is, you know.
Okay, so that asset manager, is that where some of the HOAs are going to be paid to and collected, and they get a portion of their HOAs for the management and stuff like that?
No, their actual ongoing relationship is going to be there will be some of that will be there, but it's really intended to be a net zero as it relates to that. That's just simply just a management component. Where they're going to be able to make it is going to be on the financing participation side. That's where they're going to be able to participate.
Okay, so is that entity a non-taxable entity, or is that a private entity?
That right now is a private entity. It'd just be a normal SPV that would facilitate the mortgages and the mortgage collateral.
So they're paying the taxes on the land then?
Correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Aspenleiter.
Wait, can I say one thing? Actually, the way that the taxes are going to be paid through the mortgage payment structure. So that's actually how it's going to end up being. So those taxes will be deducted out of the payment. They will be brought into whatever entity then is liable to pay the tax. However that function is going to work out, you know, at the end of the day, between going from the development and construction entity to then the asset holding entity, we'll work that nuance out and identify, you know, who and how and when the taxes are going to be paid. But they're in control of it by way of that tax allocation, whatever that's going to be, being deducted from the payment.
The homeowner is going to be paying the taxes.
That's
is
correct.
what they're going to be doing through that maximum of 2050, and they're never going to own the land, not even as a share, as a standard condominium. You'd own the share of the common area, but so they'll never own portions of the common area. So
depending upon how that conveyance functions, okay, right now it would function, as far as the ownership, it'd function more along the lines of a 1/35th ownership interest in the land. How then those tax monies are collected and what entity has to pay them, that's how we'll end up structuring with the tax rail. I don't know whether it needs to flow to one collection or each one of them will individually pay their interest.
Okay, thank you.
No, Mr. Aspenleiter.
Two questions. One, what's the organizational structure between Homefront and HAB CRO? Like how is that organization, whatever this parent organization is, who owns what, and how does that function?
So there's two different participation levels with HEB Development on this. HEB Development happens to also be the owner of the land, and they contributed the land to the program. Now, I want you guys to understand what the definition of contribution means. This is exactly the same as what occurred with the school district. They were able to contribute the land to assist during the development and construction process, and then they will be receiving a 1/35th value of their land value when they close. So it's a structuring component. And so they're the owner, land participant. And then they also, now I'm going to go to the state side of it, okay, because it's two completely different things. The state side of it, they were identified as a community reinvestment organization. 25 counties opted for them to be able to be the manager of those state funds. They then had to go out and meet a matching funds component. So for example, Yellowstone County, they got $8 million out of the state. HEB had to find $8 million to match it, okay, to then be able to buy the cost of the mortgages down. That's how we're able to get the mortgages down to the way that they are. And so in that capacity, they then, realized we don't have any rooftops. How are we going to do this? So they went out for an RFP to identify an attainable housing solutions provider. In other words, somebody that could come in that's an expert in construction, development, housing finance. And it took over 2.5 years to put together that structure with participating banks, community development components, a new mortgage product, to then just be able to apply the state dollars. It was a long process. That RFP was awarded to an entity called LiveAble LLC. And LiveAble LLC is the supporting component that effectively makes everything happen. In other words, take on the liability to get the construction, development, deliver everything. And that is the attainable housing solutions provider to the CRO, Community Reinvestment Organization, being HAB. So that's how HAB flows in. Those homes then are going to be delivered. Then once they're delivered and underwritten and sold to a qualified buyer, it is then that the state monies can come in to buy down the cost of the mortgage. So it's like two different things. But that's the organizational chart. CRO, landowner.
I'm probably more confused than when I started, but it probably doesn't matter either. So Councilwoman Shaw made a comment that kind of hit me, and about how the number got to the number. And I didn't sit through the meeting. I didn't go to the meeting. But as we deal with these TIFs, I'm a big proponent of TIFs paying for public infrastructure and public infrastructure only. We stretch a lot with different TIF districts on lot improvements and things like that. But on this one, if you use the figure of about $1,000 a foot for a road, and that's water, sewer, storm, curb, gutter, sidewalks, the whole 9 yards, everything in the public right of way. Jansma is about 650 feet. Stevens Lane is about 400 feet. So there's about 1,000 feet of road at $1,000, at $1,000, you're at $1 million. And so I'm not counting the alley, because I don't know that that's necessarily needing to be publicly improved. Our regulations say. So I think, although maybe it got there arbitrarily, I would argue that it's even more than what the public improvements are. And I would support an award of somewhere around $1 million, because that's the actual public infrastructure that's necessary for this project. So throw that out there for anybody. I'm not interested in arguing anymore at this stage at 10:30 at night. But $1 million would be about the ballpark estimate for the public improvement.
Thank you. And actually, your org chart answered all my questions, so I have none. Any further questions for our presenters? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
At this time, I guess if we have no more questions, Ms. Shaw?
All right, well, I was going to try and make a play for a little bit more, but because of Councilmember Aspenleiter's comments, I'm going to go with exactly what the committee recommended. I move to conditionally approve tax increment financing assistance from the SBIRT SS blah, blah, blah to HAB Development to build the South Hills Commons up to a maximum reimbursement of 1.3 as it reads, as recommended by the advisory committee.
Who's seconded? Mr. O'Donnell?
And I will add in, it's a little bit more than just the actual. I appreciate those numbers. There's a little more to it here than that. So that's what gets me up to that. I could have gone higher than that for a number of reasons, but I'll leave it at what the committee recommended and hope that that passes, because I think it's a really important project.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I will amend that motion. I will amend the motion to put out $1 million, but we will pause the decision on any type of award for 1 month until the company has public meetings with the neighborhoods. And since we were told that they didn't have anything in the plan to talk with the neighborhood, now we're giving you a reason to talk with the folks in the neighborhood. And this would come back in a month and for an award that we would vote on for $1 million.
Okay, we have a motion to amend.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a clarifying question on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Aspenline.
So
Amendment.
a clarifying question on the amendment. Is that kosher? Mr. Kennedy, in your amendment, are we conditionally approving so they don't have to come back, or are we tabling this decision until they do it? I would recommend that if you're looking for a suggestion, I would suggest that we condition it so that they have a public meeting documented, provide the documentation, and then we have checked the box.
Yes, I wouldn't have a problem conditionally until they do have documented public meetings with the neighborhood and not a task force meeting or anything. I want a neighborhood meeting with the people in that area.
If I understand correctly, I'll second that. So
let's make sure we're clear on the motion then before we get a second. So, Councilmember Kennedy, you move to amend the amount to $1 million and to,
with the condition that they come back in a month and have a documented public meetings with the neighborhoods.
okay, Mr. Neese?
we're still approving it, but we're bringing, well, that'll be the next vote. But so we're just adding these two conditions, bring back a public meeting notice. And staff can say, yes, they had the notice and send us a copy. We don't have to actually have another meeting here. And $1 million. I'm okay with that, yes.
So Mr. Neese has seconded the amendment to the motion. Is there any debate regarding that? Mr. Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Wyatt, why wasn't there a public meeting like we always have? Because maybe give some light on that.
Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, there isn't we don't always have public meetings for projects. This property there was nothing in the public process, the site plan process that would require it. And in fact, other projects could have happened on this site exactly the same way. So yeah, I think that's the situation. And we certainly would like direction if this is a new requirement of some kind for certain projects, because we have not done this in the past. But to your point, no, there was nothing required.
Right. Wyeth, if you're looking for clarification, this is just my perspective as one of 11. You're right. Like, we would do a private development on this without any public meetings, as long as we met the requirements. The difference here to me is this is a project using government funding, state funding in particular, that probably should be communicating with the neighborhoods. If that's not a part of the requirement from the tax increment financing, and I don't think it is, we've done those projects too, it probably should be something that we encourage these tax increment financed projects, not every TIF application, but tax increment finance projects, to have these kind of neighborhoods, because, you know, that's using government dollars. That would be my nexus to saying, hey, just go meet with the neighbors as a part of this process.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyette, then Mr. Pittman.
So the developer, are you still by? Would that cause you any grief if you go have a public meeting with the people in the neighborhood? Question, just a thought I'd ask.
Yeah, we're happy to, and we're happy to communicate. This project is well already underway. We went through all the approval process, so the conversation as far as what would be under a normal public comment, I'm not sure what the basis would be. I guess for on our side, happy to advise on the project. Like I said, we even went and door knocked every door for 2 different blocks to announce to them what it was. We tried to engage, communication even in the absence. And so the last thing we were trying to do is to not be transparent. If I would understand then this condition that's being put forward is that we would just only be discussing then the fact that there's going to be TIF dollars used for this project. Because is that just because I want to be clear to meet, what's being asked should something like that happen?
I think you're going to meet and tell them how you're going to get 35 households in that area and the impact on their streets around there and the impact in their neighborhoods.
Candidly, that was something that should have been through the previous process. I'm happy to visit with them about what it is, but we're not talking about something that's going to be based on an approval of that. Back to why I said is that this falls exactly within the zoning designation, what that land use would be, how it would impact. We went through that entire process. I'd be happy to educate them to that, but I'm not sure as to me going through and explaining to them what the impacts to their community would be. It was all a part of the application is what I'm trying to say.
When you live in a neighborhood and you're going to put a dense development in there, it would be nice, especially the people that I heard from that back up to the property and the people on the dead-end street that you're now going to open up, have said we know nothing about it, we've heard nothing about it, and what I was told was, well, we're going to the TIF meeting and they'll be able to hear about it then. I just want to make sure that the people in the surrounding area, and Wyatt said it the other night, no, you didn't have to have a public hearing and a public meeting. But if you're going to live in a neighborhood and you're going to build in that neighborhood, you're going to make sure that everybody in that neighborhood understands, because you'd rather have them behind the project than against the project.
To the best of our ability, we followed every rule that was there very transparently and are working desperately hard to find a solution for this community for attainable workforce housing, Mr. Kennedy. So to that end, we're going to continue to try and do that. If we can have additional communication, or if there may be a suggested change to your process, that might be a good route to look as well.
Mr. Pittman.
So I'll support this because, first of all, using TIF dollars for infrastructure, for things in the ground, I'm 100% on the same page. It's not going to a nonprofit, so it's going to start generating TIF dollars back into the area. I think I heard you say you're doing the property across from Castle Rock then? Is that kind of the plan now? Could I ask that you come to a Heights Task Force meeting and just kind of explain the process to us?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. And I would be happy to do that with any future project that we have moving forward at the appropriate time in the process. I would be absolutely happy. And just so you know, with that one, it did require a zone change amendment. And so we actually did a community-wide notice. We all met at Castle Rock Middle School. We talked about what the project was because, again, it was a part of the process.
Okay. I missed those notices, but I certainly invite you to a Heights Task Force.
I'd be happy to send those notices out so you can see that. No problem.
Michelle.
Thank you. I won't support the amendment. I think going below what the advisory committee recommended, which is already like half of what their TIF even they qualify for, I think is, well, I'm not going to add any adjectives to that, but I don't support that. And secondly, I am happy to have this conversation about public notice and how people are brought into the process. I don't think it's fair to single out one project and slap a bunch of requirements on them on the back end. So in my opinion, I think let's have the conversation about process, but I don't think we should be just penalizing one person because they happen to have come forward for a TIF application. So I won't support the amendment. I'm going to support the original motion for 1.3.
Any further discussion? Mr. Neese?
Yeah, I'll just speak to my second. I agree with the new amount, and that's really what I wanted to support, but I don't see any harm to having an additional neighborhood meeting. It's going to be tied to the approval. So it's an approved project. I think it actually would be good for them to actually, it's more of an advertisement of, hey, this is what we're doing. Bring your friends and families. They can start buying these houses, and have a date. So I think it would be good for them to do that. I don't think it's going to be a harm. It'll be a benefit to them. So yeah, and again, I support the newer amount. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay. Let's see. Ms. Shaw, you said no? Dr. Nicholson? Ms. Aguirre? Mr. Nelson? Mr. Lindley? And Mr. O'Donnell? Okay, so that's 6. That brings us to the original motion. Can we move straight to a vote on that? All those in favor of the original motion?
Mr. Mayor, unless Ms. Webster in the back has some comments that she would like to make, critical of the council, like I would welcome your input.
I would think as the applicant of the TIF, actually, I would like the opportunity. It is ironic that there isn't even a public hearing process for you all to make this decision, but you're wanting a public hearing process to happen outside of the venue. One of the things we found out about this in this application is that we were asked for all kinds of things that other projects don't have to provide. There needs to be a standardized checklist of what each TIF district is going to require to look at each one of the boards, and then for the council to look at the same boards. But there's not even a process here to give public comment on the decision you're even making. It makes no sense. And I am critical of that. We did walk the neighborhood. We invited them all to the groundbreaking. We did all of those things. There just wasn't a spot for a meeting. That's all I have to say.
I think where there's a will, there's a way. And if you're interested in having a meeting, you would have a meeting. That kind of commentary and that kind of attitude at this stage of the game has turned my yes vote on this project into a full no. That did nothing to help your cause. And in fact, it turned me to a no. So I appreciate you taking the opportunity to convince me of where I need to be.
Any further comment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote of the original motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Hey.
Mr. Aspenlater and Mr. Kennedy, no.
Neese.
And Mr. Neese. Thank you, sir. All right, folks, thank you. Item number 9.
Item number 9, appointment of interim city administrator.
There's been a request for a 5-minute recess. We okay with that? All right, take 5 minutes. Our recess hereby endeth. Okay, we've already read item number 9, so we are ready. Good evening, Ms. Stanton. We're ready for you.
If you were expecting that, but I'm here to answer questions, or as you can see on the screen, we have some of the amendments that I think were suggested.
Can you give us a brief brief overview of the terms
okay.
and conditions of Mr. Iflin's?
Yeah, it would be a 3.5% increase in effective May 30th. He would have a $500 car allowance, and then 15% would go into a 401A, into retirement, and then he would have all the other benefits that every other employee has, as far as, the health insurance, vacation, sick, all of those things, retirement through Impera. And I think it was suggested that we put a term of a 12-month term, so it doesn't go longer than 12 months in case it does take us that long to find a replacement for Chris. I think that sums it up, other than unless you want the total number.
There was also, Mayor and Council, there was also a request from Council Member Neese, I believe it was, to add a section 5.7. You want to scroll up a little?
Okay.
5.7 is total annualized compensation. So that there was just maybe that was from Councilmember Boya, just giving an idea of what the actual number is. So there was the amendment to the first section you saw was 4.1, and then this added section 5.7.
So that would show the total compensation, obviously with the pay, the 15% and the $500.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm losing my voice already. Anyway, yes, that shows the total compensation then, with the 15% into a 401A, the 3.5% increase, and then the car allowance. And this contract then would not allow Mr. Iflin to get a cost of living raise July 1st. So that he would have another raise, whenever this position is filled, or whatever that looks like.
Okay.
That's the question I have for you. Is the July 1 is a 3.5% raise, but as we visited with Kevin, we would forgo that 3.5% to go to the 15% for the deferred. So he has given on the 3.5%, because if he gets the salary now, then the 3.5, he would be eligible for another 3.5 July 1, and he opted against that.
Yes, Councilmember Kennedy, that is correct.
Okay.
As of May 30th, he would receive 3.5% at that point, and then he would forgo the July 1st cost of living.
And the other piece, that if you would go back down to the other on the term.
This way?
No, it's back
Other
up.
way.
Back
The
to
other
the
way
top.
on the term.
Toward the top. You want the compensation piece?
On the term, it was in red.
Oh, okay, up on top.
I would just ask, instead of having the 12 plus another 12 months. If we go past the 12 months as the interim director, then we're really not doing our job. So I would just ask that the term of this would be up to 12 months, and there wouldn't be a renewal of another, because if this council can't get this done in 12 months, then there's some issues. So I would like to see it say for the next 12-month period, beginning on May 30th, and then this renewal piece on the next taken out.
Anything else, Mr. Kennedy? All right, Mr. Neese, then Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's actually what I had talked about. And Kevin, maybe that got lost in translation. And I think Councilmember Boya and I talked about that too. It'd be up to 12 months, because I don't think we want it for 12 months, but it's up to 12 months, because the anticipation is hopefully we get it done sooner. But if we don't, then we can renew it for another up to 12 months. So I just want to make sure that the one thing I wasn't sure, because initially it said that it also terminates when we get a city administrator in there. And so I think that you took out. So I just want to make sure that's not a conflict, because I don't disagree. It terms that either, we have to renew it after another 12 months, or if we get a city administrator in there, it actually terminates as well.
That term is actually still in there. So this provides the option of what I understood you to say this morning, but apparently that was incorrect. So this provides for a term of 12 months, and then the option to renew that for an additional 12-month period if that was necessary. And then further down in the paragraph, you'll see the term of this agreement shall end on the permanent city administrator start date.
Right. And
So
but that's
it
crossed out there, right?
No, it's not. It's still there.
Okay.
It says the term.
Maybe it's on my computer. It looks crossed out, but okay.
The just term of is crossed out, and it says this agreement shall end on the permanent city administrator start date.
Right. Yeah, so I just think changing it should be up to 12 months is what we were indicating. But I suppose by you saying that the agreement ends at the time he's hired, that's up to as well.
Yeah, if you find a city administrator before the 12-month period is over, the contract ends, it terminates.
And then the only thing I missed on that last sentence of the changes on is that 5.7. Did it also make sure it included his other standard employee benefits? We were just summarizing. I want to make sure you still get your standard employee benefits. Oh, you passed it.
Oops, oh, way too fast here. Here
Passed
we go.
it again.
In red. I'll get there here. There we go.
Okay, so we're only, this summary just of the 3 points. All right, that's fine.
Ms. Shaw.
I don't care either way how that language reads about 12 months. I think, yeah, I certainly hope we can find someone in 12 months, but look at the public works director position, which is still sitting open. So I think we need to be realistic about where we're at. Regina, my question for you is, does that additional language, is that beneficial at all for the council or the city that was added in red? We can extend up to an additional if both parties agree. I mean, does that get us anything on either side?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I was just asked to include this edit. So that's what I did. And apparently I misunderstood what was being asked of me. So frankly, I don't think it matters if it says for up to 12 months or as it says for 12 months, because it's going to terminate once you find a permanent city administrator.
Okay, that's my understanding too. Mayor, would you like a
But
motion?
we can edit this however you would like to see it. I have no problem with that.
Well, one moment though, Mr. Pittman is in the line.
So I just had a question. We had discussed that you would not be hiring an assistant city administrator, that you were going to allocate 3 department heads to assume some additional responsibilities. Is that something we need to put in the contract?
I don't think we would put that in Kevin Iflin's contract. I mean, I guess Gina can
Well,
weigh in
I
on
just
that.
want to know where we should be addressing that, because the other issue is, once all this goes into play, how do then you pull back that 10% that was allocated to the 3 employees?
Typically, if we have, Councilmember Pittman, typically if we have a person that is working at a higher level, maybe we have a long FMLA case and we have to put someone in that position, they are, during that time, paid, they can be paid 10% higher, and then when that person comes back, then that goes, just automatically goes away once that person returns to their job, to their position.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. Can you go back to the first article that had to do with the first one you had on there about the term?
On the red, right there?
Yes. Just a quick question, probably. The very last line, but shall have no authority to act as the permanent city administrator under Article 2. What does that refer to?
Which number, which was that again?
Very last line
Very last line.
of 4.1.
My old eyes
That,
tonight.
that's, sorry, it's late. I can't speak anymore. The agreement ends on the permanent city administrator start date. And unless council would like a transition period of 14 days, in that case, then the interim, that Mr. Iflin would have no authority to act as permanent city administrator under Article 2. So it could only be one at a time.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. Question withdrawn.
Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Shaw?
Sure. I move to approve the interim appointment agreement between the city and Kevin Ifland, and I'll specify in this red language 4.1 to include the language shall be for a 12-month period beginning on May 30th, 2026, period. And then I'd have no problem including the 5.7 that just lays it all out.
Okay, we have the emotion. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. O'Donnell?
Clarification of the motion.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying you're not accepting all of the red changes and just only one?
You told me you didn't want us to accept all of those. You just said that.
No. I was talking to Gina about it. She explained to me how the crossing out of the term of this agreement, when she crossed that out, it actually ties back to what she wrote. So what I had talked to Kevin about was one thing. When it went to legal changes what you say and makes it legal and wordier. And in the end, what she convinced me is it means the same thing as what I said earlier on to Kevin in 5 words.
So I just changed it so that it's a simple markup so that you can read how it will really read. I don't know if you can see that in front of you. So that second portion is just some word change.
Yeah, it's legally simple. And so that's what my 5 words turned into her legally simple of 10 words. That's okay. So I would agree. I accept her changes because that's what she did. So.
It makes no difference to me because I don't think it matters at all. So, sure.
That's right. That's on page 4 of Robert's Rules of Order. Sure. Okay, so where are we with this motion, folks? Are we okay? Do you want to go back to the original motion?
Well, I'm now really confused because I feel like you suggested, you suggested this apparently. Gina drafted up language, but then you said this wasn't what you were intending.
This is like telephone. I suggested it to Kevin. Kevin talked to Gina, and then Gina drew it up. And that's why. Would you mind if I were to make a substitute motion?
I'll withdraw it. Just make one.
It's got to be okay with Mr. O'Donnell because he seconded it. Okay.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the interim contract as marked up as we see tonight.
All right. Now it's Mr. Neese's motion. Mr. O'Donnell has seconded. Any discussion regarding the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. That is 11-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Iflin, we want a meeting with you tonight at 2:15 a.m.
Tiny's is still open.
We have one member in the audience. Do you have any public comment out there? Okay. Any council initiatives? All right, we are adjourned at 11 p.m. on the dot. Thank you, folks.